clock. If I sit forward, I get the sun. It hasn't set yet. It will soon. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm going to read this. The meeting is called to order. Good evening and welcome to the January 25th, 2022 Vista Consolidated meeting. The meeting is now called to order. This meeting is being conducted utilizing teleconferencing and electric means consistent with City Council Resolution 2022-05. So now we'll have a roll call by our City Clerk, Kathy Valdez.
Please state you're here when I call your name. Mayor Ritter.
Oh, present.
Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Here.
Councilmember Green.
Here.
Councilmember Contreras.
Present.
Councilmember Melendez.
Here.
All members are present. Also on the call are City Manager Patrick Johnson and City Attorney Daryl Piper.
Okay, so with that, if there's any members of the public that wish to speak on a closed session item, they may indicate so by using the raise hand feature or by pressing *9 now. City Clerk Valdez, do we have any members of the public that wish to speak on these items?
Yes, we have one individual, William Melton. William, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Let me go ahead and, oops. Chris, I can't seem to promote him to be able to speak. There we go. All right. All right, William Melton, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for listening to me. I'm not sure this is on the closed agenda. I want to voice my opposition to restrooms for homeless in one of our parking lots. I disagree with bringing anything in our city that will attract homeless. I think it's becoming actually unreasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. So that item actually will be on our regular meeting agenda at 5:30 if you want to repeat your comments at that time. But
thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have no other speakers at this time, so we'll go ahead and close the opportunity for comment.
Okay, then we'll now recess the meeting for a closed session. An oral report on the action taken in closed session will be presented when the regular meeting commences at 5:30. So with that, we will leave for closed session.
And you go ahead and test your mic if you want.
Okay, hello.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
City Clerk, are we ready to go?
Yeah, looks like we've got everyone.
Okay. Okay, so good evening and welcome to the January 25th, 2022 Vista Consolidated Meeting. This meeting is now called back to order. The meeting is being conducted utilizing teleconferencing and electronic means consistent with City Council Resolution number 2022-05. In the event a quorum of the City Council loses electrical power or suffers an internet connection outage that is not corrected within 10 minutes, the meeting will automatically be adjourned. Any items noticed as public hearings will be continued to the next regularly scheduled evening meeting of the City Council. Any other items on the agenda that the council has not taken action on will be placed on a future agenda. So with that, we will do a roll call. Our City Clerk will please do a roll call.
Thank you. Please state your here when I call your name. Mayor Ritter.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Here.
Councilmember Green.
Here.
Councilmember Contreras.
Present.
Councilmember Melendez.
Here.
All members are present. Also joining us are City Manager Patrick Johnson and City Attorney Gerald Piper.
In accordance with while we're meeting virtually, we're going to forego the Pledge of Allegiance due to the logistics of that. So with that, we will go on to our, in accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. For members of the public that are participating through Zoom, you may raise your hand to indicate you would like to speak by clicking the raise hand feature on your screen or by pressing *9 on your phone. Instructions on how to join the meeting through Zoom are provided on the agenda cover sheet. You may only speak on an item once, and public comment is limited to 3 minutes. So with that, we're going to have approval of the agenda by our City Manager, Patrick Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no changes to the agenda this evening.
Okay, and we just had a closed session, so our City Attorney, Gerald Piper, will bring us out of our closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council did meet in closed session on item CS1 on this evening's closed session agenda. No action was taken that is required to be reported at this time. Thank you.
Okay, the recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar, and any member of the public may remove an item by using the raise hand feature or by pressing *9 now. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 5 consent items this evening. Would any of the City Council members like to remove an item? And seeing none, do we have any requests from the public? City Clerk?
I show one raised hand, but I'm not sure that's actually for closed session. No, they put their hand down. Okay, so they'll join us later for comment.
Was it on consent though?
Yeah, so they'll raise their hand again. So, I'm sorry, it was on one other item. So no consent items are being pulled by the public.
Okay. So then with that, seeing none, I will entertain a motion, and I got the motion. Do I have a motion?
No, you don't.
I don't think I have a motion.
Councilmember Green has his hand up.
Councilmember Green, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. First of all, I just wanted to comment on item C3, naming field number 2 in honor of Steve Rhodes. As you know, we have a Linda Rhodes Center here in our community that does a ton for the community. And Steve Rhodes was just an icon in our Parks and Rec community. And I was fortunate enough to play softball several years against Steve, and he had a team called Fogs and Figs. And, Steve was out there playing every Friday night. Super good guy. So it's an honor to make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented with that item on it as well.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. So then, City Clerk, please conduct a roll call vote.
Thank you. Please state your vote when I call your name. Councilmember Melendez,
Aye.
Councilmember Contreras,
Aye.
Councilmember Green,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Franklin,
Aye.
Mayor Ritter.
Aye.
Item passes unanimously.
Okay, we have one public hearing this evening. Abatement administrative fee, and the public hearing is now open. Fire Chief Ned Vanderpool will provide the staff report. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise hand feature or pressing *9 now, and speakers will be called upon after the presentation. So with that, I will turn it over to Ned Vanderpool, our Fire Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This evening, we have before you the weed abatement administrative fee public hearing. The current administrative fee that we have in place is from 2010, and we have not updated it since then. We are requesting an update at this time to make sure that we are recovering all the fees associated with forced abatement. So this is specific to the forced abatements that we do on properties that have not complied with the multiple notices and inspections that they've had. The plan going forward is to do this on a more incremental basis so that we're not doing such a dramatic increase at one time. But that's the extent of the presentation I have, and I'm available for any questions.
Deputy Mayor Franklin.
I wanted to ask if we're lawfully permitted to build an inflationary index into the study and increase based on CPI in our region.
We had that discussion, and that is something that we'll look into in the future for sure, is to have an inflationary index in there so that we're not having to make these dramatic changes.
Okay. Yeah, that would be good. It's always good to have an automatic elevator with our local San Diego CPI. With that, appreciating the good work of the fire department and protecting our neighborhoods and residences from wildfire, I would make a motion to close the public hearing and adopt the motion resolution as drafted by staff.
I'll second.
Okay, I think we have to have public comment before we can close public hearing. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize we had any members of the public.
Well, we didn't go. So.
Mayor, we won't actually close the public hearing until the motion is voted on. So it's appropriate to take any comment now, even though there's a motion on the floor.
Oh, okay. Okay. And we have a second. Councilmember Melendez seconded, and we'll go to Councilmember Contreras.
And I just want to just communicate to the public that when there's a fee increase, it's not that the city is looking to make more money off of fees. We are lawfully and legally bound to only charge for the cost of staff time, of any contractor. And it is absolutely important for us to we're in such a fire-prone area that it's very important for us to maintain vegetation in a state that it's not gonna catch on fire at a moment's notice. So it's unfortunate that it's such a drastic change. But again, this is simply the city recuperating the costs of doing the weed abatement. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, and so I think I did this backwards today because usually I would get the public comments first and then we would do our discussion. So I'll ask, right, so I did it backwards. My fault, you guys, my bad. So City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not have any speakers on this item, so we'll close opportunity to speak at this time.
Okay, relief, we did okay. Okay, so with that, I have a motion and a second. And so please, I need a roll call vote.
Please state your vote when I call your name. Councilmember Melendez.
Aye.
Councilmember Contreras.
Aye.
Councilmember Green.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Ritter.
Yes.
The item passes unanimously.
Okay. So that takes us to our discussion items. And we have three discussion items this evening. The first one, D1, Councilmember Melendez asked for this item to be on the agenda. It's safe camping and safe parking. So I'm going to ask her to introduce the item. And if any members of the public want to speak on this item, they can indicate so by raising their hand feature, by pressing their raise hand feature, or by pressing *9 now, and then speakers will be called upon after the staff presentation. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And thank you to the city staff and for my fellow council members for allowing me to facilitate this discussion. I have some really basic information that I want to share just about these two shelter concepts. And I also learned that we have Mayor Blake Spear from Encinitas on the call tonight. And they have established a successful safe parking program. So I think it'd be really wonderful to hear from her during the public comment portion. So to begin, I will go ahead and ask for the first slide. Thank you. What is safe camping? Safe camping is a shelter concept that offers a protected village to people who are experiencing homelessness. People who have previously been sleeping outside could seek shelter at a campsite with rules to ensure the safety of the occupants. Safe camping may include infrastructure such as restrooms, trash cans, fencing, etc. May also include monitoring and programming such as security and social services. Safe camping provides an emergency intervention for those who may have difficulty accessing shelter or who may be resistant to traditional or congregate shelter methods. This also provides expedient shelter for those who are currently camping in public and in our waterways. Next slide. What is safe parking? Safe parking, similarly, is a shelter concept that offers a protected village to people who are experiencing homelessness. People who have been sleeping in their vehicles could park at a safe parking lot with rules to ensure the safety of the occupants. Safe parking may include infrastructure such as restrooms, trash cans, fencing, etc. May also include monitoring and programming such as security and social services. Safe parking provides emergency intervention for those who may have difficulty accessing shelter and who, without a vehicle, would be sleeping outside. I want to pause and make a note that if someone does have a vehicle and they're experiencing homelessness, that could be one of the greatest assets that they have and should definitely be utilized. Safe parking also provides a safe and legal space for people to sleep in their vehicle without risk of ticketing or disturbing neighbors. Next slide. So what are some of the ways that safe camping and safe parking can help us reach our city goals? Well, first of all, safe camping and safe parking are related to the city goals of public safety and improving the image of the city. These shelter options can also be included in our strategic plan to address homelessness and will reduce barriers to shelter. Safe camping will allow for improvements to natural environments and creek beds by diverting the waste and blight of illegal campgrounds to a safe campsite with proper infrastructure. And safe parking will reduce conflicts and blight in neighborhoods where people frequently sleep in their vehicles. Next slide. Then what are the challenges related to safe parking and safe camping? These services would, of course, be offered to a vulnerable population with a variety of needs. These are non-permanent solutions for people experiencing homelessness, and they do not reflect the best quality of life. Other challenges could include safety concerns and liability, particularly related to being low barrier, which is the same with any low barrier shelter. And there are also unknown concerns such as location, best practices, costs, etc. Finally, there are a few studies or examples to determine how safe camping and safe parking could be successful in Vista, but that does not mean that it won't be successful in Vista. It just means that we don't have that much information. Final slide. Thank you so much for taking the opportunity to learn about these concepts with me. Because we are witnessing people sleeping outside, camping in the Boyne Creek, living in their cars, I want to ask, how can these shelter concepts be used to create a safer, more hygienic, more connected space for people to recover from these really traumatic experiences of homelessness? I appreciate everyone's time, and I'd love to hear from our speakers now.
I'll turn over to the city clerk and hear our speakers.
All right, thank you. Our first speaker will be Mary Jo Poole. Again, there you have 3 minutes to talk.
Yes. Hi. Thank you, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well tonight and you can hear me. I'm calling in to say thank you to Councilmember Melendez for putting forth the safe parking and camping. I think it's an excellent suggestion for immediate relief for many people in our city. The hygiene issue is imperative, and for people to be safe in their cars. So thank you very much. And I just want to underscore how important it is, I believe, for the council members to have such incredible amount of power and resources to mitigate against suffering in our community. And that's all I'll say right now, but I'll be back for D2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mayor Catherine Blackspear. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. Well, it's great to see some of my favorite people here, the Vista City Council members. Hello. Thank you for bringing this forward, Council Member. I just want to highlight our experience with our safe parking program. So in the city of Encinitas, we have the only safe parking program in North County, and it's run by Jewish Family Service, and they are a great organization. And I just want to point out that what happens in safe parking is that people who have lost their home but still have a running vehicle, a working vehicle, who are drug and alcohol free, can go at night and have a safe place to stay. And so they have to be working toward getting back into housing. And in many ways, this is homeless prevention, because these are people who the social workers go to them at the safe parking lot. So the safe parking program is not like the Caltrans right of way where you can just pull over and sleep for the night. It's like a program that you're involved in. And the social workers go to them and they know where they're going to be and they can safely stay. And I'll say that we have meticulously followed the data on this because we've had such intense neighborhood interest, and there has been no negative neighborhood consequence. So we don't have safety concerns, except for we had some drones that were surveilling the people staying in the parking lot, but we didn't have any impact from the people who were staying there. And also statistically, more than 50% are seniors. So these are people who, they have fallen on financially hard times and they need some assistance. So the social workers come to them and help them get back on their feet. And a couple other quick things I just want to mention is that, of course, we all have a population that is living unsheltered, and that is growing. And so from my perspective, we as city leaders, we need to do more, not less. And you hear from people sometimes who say, well, you're going to become a magnet and then they're all going to flock to you if you provide services. The reality is we already have people living in public spaces. And if we don't want them to, we have to provide alternatives to that. So a safe parking program is a really great step in that homeless prevention, those rungs, because a lot of people who end up losing their housing still have that working car. And I'll just say also, this started at the site that was a faith-based site, so a faith community, and then we've just moved it to our city senior and community center. So now it is being hosted at a city site, and I think that was something that was important in our city, but finding a spot in your city that would work for you, you know, is a lot of different factors. But I'll just say the bottom line is it's helped people and it's hurt no one. And I think those are the two things to remember. It's helped people and hurt no one. And so it's cost us no general fund money as well, because Jewish Family Service has a state grant. So all we had to do was provide the space and help find it and facilitate it and figure out the zoning and that kind of thing. But basically with Community Will, you can provide this really great resource in your community. So thank you for bringing this forward, for thinking of solutions. We all have to be doing more of that. This is great leadership on your part, and go for it.
Thank you. Next is Holly Herring. Go ahead, Holly.
Hello there. My name is Holly Herring. My pronouns are she and her, and I'm a voting resident of District 3. I'm also a professional direct homeless services provider. First off, I want to say that without an actual inventory of available affordable housing, including plentiful permanent supportive housing, absolutely no amount of shelter or safe parking and camping would be effective to solve what Deputy Mayor Franklin referred to in a recent news article as our number one issue, homelessness. That being said, I refer to these options as safer, not safe, camping and parking, as living unsheltered is never safe. We can only make it safer until a person can be moved into housing. If we create safer camping or parking, we would be creating a safer place for our community members who need assistance. There are people who are already on our streets. Being on a freeway on-ramp is not safe. Eating out of trash cans is not safe. Living without readily available sanitation is not safe. Not having a charged phone to dial 911 in the event of an emergency is not safe. But having a secured site with sanitation and hygiene, connectivity to social workers and housing navigation, nutrition and security staff, a fixed location to sleep at each evening will help ease some of these immediate needs. In addition, often an individual will not agree to a shelter stay, but often they will go along with their entire encampment together. A safer campsite can accommodate an entire encampment at once more easily than a shelter can. Safer RV parking is an especially needed resource, as our closest current option is in Mission Valley. And a lot of these people are currently working, so driving an RV up and down the 5 each day is not all that desirable with our current gas prices. But again, we must be prepared to make these available housing options as well, which means allowing developers to build permanent supportive housing as well as low-income housing with subsidies, and utilizing master leasing the properties that we already have existing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nancy O'Shell. Go ahead, Nancy.
Hi, my name is Nancy Oshley, and I'm a 30-year-plus resident of Vista, and I live in D2, pronouns she, her. And I just want to say I support this item wholeheartedly, but I do think it's important, like what Holly was saying, that this is just a step in the right direction. It's not the solution, and I think it's really important that we do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Next we have Charisse Crop. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Go ahead.
Hello, City Council. I hope all of you and your families are in good health. My name is Karis, and I am also a resident of District 2. I also just want to voice my support for this initiative. I think the sense of security and peace that we would be able to offer through this program would go a really long way, emotionally and psychologically. And I know as a city council and as a community, we do care about public safety and are also invested in a portfolio of strategies, focused on public safety. And I agree with the others that this is a really important stepping stone in the right direction. And I love that this opportunity would also come with meaningful resources and tools, and above all, dignified support to help those who are experiencing homelessness to have some stability and hopefully a transition back into permanent housing. I do just want to emphasize that I am fully supportive of holistic services that are focused on meeting the needs of these individuals. I think being able to meet them where they're at, have that personal connection will go a really long way. And again, when we think about public safety, it's also thinking about those who are in this situation and being able to extend care and compassion to help meet them where they're at. I live right by Baringle Park. I think that potentially could be an awesome space. They have a ton of parking. It's really dark at night, but I know that we have also invested a ton in lights, which I am so happy that you guys have made that investment. We know that lighting also contributes to public safety, but I do just hope that as a council, you will consider moving forward here in the best interest of the entire community. So thank you for your time. I appreciate your consideration, and I'm excited to see what comes next.
Thank you. Next is a caller ending 9413. Go ahead, caller. You have 3 minutes. If you please state your name. Let's see if we can get this going. There you go.
Hey guys, my name is Marcos. I'm a resident of Vista. This is a issue that is very important to me as someone who has experienced homelessness in my own life. It's definitely a wonderful step in the right direction. The first way I've seen it, being taken care of is with anti-homelessness infrastructure, which was, of course, incredibly upsetting to see. So I think that this is a wonderful idea, and the fact that, we're thinking of other ways as well with social services and like others mentioned, it's a step in the right direction. It's definitely not a way to fix the issue. Affordable housing is another way that we can absolutely help solve this issue and whatnot. And, I've seen it get worse and worse, especially during these times with COVID, people losing their jobs, the increasing rent rates and housing is crazy expensive these days. And it's great to see that we're figuring things out that are helping people and not hurting them. That's all I have to say. You guys have my support on this one, and that's it from me.
Thank you. Next is Benita. Go ahead, Benita.
Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Benita Cooper, and I live in District 1, and I'm fully in support of this initiative. Thank you for bringing this to the forefront, City Council, especially Council Member Melendez. As a person that was previously unhoused, as a college student and 2 small children, I believe that we need to really change the face of what we call individuals. I call them unhoused. Some people call them unsheltered, and others call them homeless. I think homeless is a demeaning term. I was unhoused, United States honorably discharged veteran that served at Camp Pendleton, full-time college student. I wasn't on drugs. I didn't suffer a mental illness. So when we don't have programs and systems in place to care for the least of these, it speaks to the integrity of the leaders of the community. It speaks to the integrity of where our priorities are. It speaks to a lot of things. So when I moved to the city of Vista, when I purchased my home 3 years ago, I found it very alarming that there was no place for the unhoused to safely sleep and rest their head. And I felt it very disturbing that we would allow community members to call law enforcement to forcibly remove unhoused individuals from a place where people didn't want to see them. So what? They don't want to see them. So what? Who cares? I'm going to leave you with this, Matthew chapter 25. We as a community, especially the community leaders, as our advocates, we need to care for the least of these. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. Next is Jim Riggenbach.
Hello, my name is Jim Riggenbach. I'm a Vista resident in District 4. Safe camping and safe parking seem like the least that can be done. Well, actually, the least that can be done is using expensive law enforcement resources to shuffle people around. But anyway, back to safe camping and parking. I was going to list a bunch of benefits of it, but those have been covered already pretty clearly. I guess I would just say it's important to reinforce to the public that people can't just pull up to a lot or a site and get in. Everybody's screened and monitored. And so I'm supportive of this. Please seriously consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Cipriano Vargas. Go ahead, Cipriano.
Good evening, council members. Mayor Ritter, nice to see you. Happy New Year. With that, I'm in support of this. The city of Vista, the county of San Diego have all spent funding on social workers. What a better way to outreach to individuals that are facing homeless than in an area where it's protected and directed by a city council to make sure that people have access to these services, permanent housing. I acknowledge that this is not the all silver bullet to ending homelessness, but it is a start. So when we talk about ending homelessness, this is just one of the many things that we can do in the meantime. But overall, I was looking at the numbers for the city of Vista on RENA. The city of Vista has done a good job on the above moderate income housing, but the city of Vista has not done so great on affordable housing and on moderate income. And these are families that make less than $120,000. Catherine Blakespeare, Mayor Blakespeare from Encinitas talked about the seniors. I actually got a call a couple of days ago from one of our senior citizens here in the city of Vista, those who are on fixed income. And with that, this is one opportunity that we can make sure that once again, we're coordinating both with the social worker in the city, in the county, and moving the city in the right direction to serve our community. So with the look forward from the conversation that you will have this evening, and hope you consider this option for our beautiful community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ala Valdespino. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ala Valdespino. I am a community member here in Vista, living in District 2. Thank you, Councilmember Melendez, for your presentation. I would just like to say that I support these two alternatives for people experiencing homelessness under the community. As everyone mentioned before, this is a great step to move in the right direction. And if this is implemented, this gets us to start a discussion on transitional housing and alternatives for people who, as Cipriano Vargas mentioned, don't make a really high income. So affordable housing would be like the next step to, mention with this. So again, I fully support this. And I think that if it gets implemented, a great place to, put these locations for safe parking and safe camping will be close to, public transit and accessible bus lines and sprinter stations. Thank you.
Thank you. That is it for the public speakers. So we'll go ahead and close the opportunity to speak at this time.
Councilmember Contreras.
All right, I want to thank Councilmember Melendez for bringing this forward. And I do want to just give a public service announcement that if you haven't had the chance to get vaccinated and get your booster, please do it. I currently have COVID, and so my voice is kind of a little bit, I'm starting to lose my voice, so I'm going to try and make it through all my comments. But I first want to thank the public. Obviously, there's a lot of interest. We had a lot of individuals call in and voice their support for safe camping, safe parking. The people of Vista really want solutions. It's been too long that we have been, just trying to do the same thing, and it is not serving the public well. So besides the individuals who called in and voiced their support, we also received a few emails that were in support. I want to thank Mayor Blakespear for calling in and providing a little bit of insight of how Encinitas safe parking program has gone. And Councilmember Kelly Hinsey also wanted to call in, but it's her dad's birthday today. So she sent a letter in to public comment and wanted me to read it. So I'm going to do my best with my voice, but I'm going to go ahead and read from the Honorable Kelly Hinsey, council member of City of Encinitas. Dear Mayor and council members, I'm writing to voice my support for safe parking in Vista. We in the City of Encinitas partnered with Jewish Family Services to establish a safe parking program in 2019 that continues to operate successfully without negative impacts in our community today. The program is successful in providing a safe place for people with no other place to sleep than their cars to find safety and rest. Ultimately, JFS, which is Jewish Family Services, seeks to secure permanent housing for safe parking clients, which they have done for dozens of program participants over the last 2 years. We find the majority of folks taking part in the safe parking program are seniors who are homeless for the first time. It's a heartbreaking reality to confront the prevalence of unseen homelessness in our communities, but it is our responsibility as decision makers to find practical and affordable solutions to reduce the hardship and interrupt patterns that lead to chronic homelessness. Safe parking programs done in partnership with trusted operators is one strategy I believe every city should be able to accept. I commend the Vista City Council for your leadership in considering this proposal. I also want to read one other letter that's important, and it's from the Regional Task Force on Homelessness. They sent a letter in to support safe camping and safe parking. RTFH serves as the continuum of care designated by Housing and Urban Development as the collaborative applicant for federal funding, is responsible for the region's annual point in time count, collects and decimates data regarding homelessness throughout the county, and operates the coordinated entry system and acts as the funding source grantee for federal and state funding that is distributed throughout the county. Our mission is to reduce and end homelessness in San Diego, ensuring that if this situation does happen for anyone, it remains a rare, brief, and non-reoccurring instance, not an outcome. The City of Vista has adopted a robust plan to address homelessness and to reduce the number of people living unsheltered. As evidenced by the council's approval to develop a shelter in Vista, and item D2 on this evening's agenda, the council is committed to actively helping people find a home. Oftentimes, the procurement and actions required to establish and open the doors to a shelter can take time, and people living on the streets need immediate interventions, which can be achieved through the establishment of safe parking and/or safe camping programs. Safe parking programs provide individuals and families with a safe place to rest in their cars and to receive outreach services and linkages to potential housing, health, benefit, and employment opportunities. Safe camping programs are a form of emergency shelter that does not include a structure, but provides a place for people to sleep and where outreach workers can provide focused efforts to people staying there. Any and all forms of safe and supportive places for our unsheltered populations to begin their transition to housing are critical in the pipeline to reducing the number of people experiencing homelessness. And if anybody has questions, they can reach out to Tamara Kohler at the Regional Task Force on Homelessness. I just wanted to make sure I read those two letters of support before I go into my comments. Here's the thing, is that if you ask any resident in the city of Vista, do you know someone or have you seen someone who is sleeping in their car because they do not have any other option? The answer is yes. In fact, I've seen individuals, I go to Bringle Terrace Park enough that people are already using during the daytime when it's open, the parking lot to get a little bit of rest. Now, what we want to be able to establish in the city of Vista is a structured approach to reducing and eliminating homelessness, which requires that we meet people where they are at right now. Safe parking and safe camping is a stopgap measure. And there are just so many benefits that come from being able to do outreach, to being able to reduce some of the issues that we've seen with people that are in public places. We are tasked as city leaders to do the best that we can for our constituents, for our residents, for the people in the city of Vista. And we have residents that are in desperate need of a place to rest their head. So, this is just something that we need to do. We need to look into it. We need to maybe get some more information. Maybe we need Jewish Family Service to, provide some presentation. But this is a part of our toolkit to help those in need. And we do have that obligation to help. So with that, I do want to make a motion that we direct city staff to review safe camping and safe parking and bring back recommendations so that we can have either safe camping or safe parking or a combination here in the city of Vista. Thank you. Those are all my comments.
I'm going to jump in here and tell you that I am not supportive of that. Several years ago, one of the churches tried that. They had a parking lot. They had hours that they would go in. I can't remember if it was at 5 o'clock. They would allow them in. People pulled up there early, a couple hours early, parked in the neighborhood, walked around the neighborhood. Some of them knew each other, so they would visit. The neighbors were very upset. They had strangers in their neighborhood. When I look at this in Encinitas, 3/4 of the people aren't from Encinitas that are in their parking lot. That was what I read in one of the reports. And the people's in their neighborhood, people were not happy with this program from what I had read. It's I don't know that when I look at public safety, I can tell you there's a lot of the people in this community that do not support something like that. A lot of the neighborhoods and things that do not support that. Bringle Terrace has it has sports fields. It has children's sports there. It has children's programs. It has the moonlight at night and thing. It would not be a place to put homeless people in that capacity. As far as improving our image of our city, I don't see that bringing people from other places and parking in our city or having a safe parking or safe camping would be a good image for improving the image of our city. I don't see in any way that would improve that. So I think that Walmarts take people if they want to spend the night in their car. I think that Walmarts allow people. I don't know that our Walmart does or doesn't, but I know that a lot of them do. But I just would not be. You're already looking at putting a homeless shelter here. Now you're looking at a homeless shelter, safe camping, and safe parking. I don't know if you're trying to make Vista the homeless capital of North County or what, but I would not be in support of this. So I will go on and turn it over to Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, everyone, especially to the speakers who called in for your comments tonight. I wanted to bring this item forward first because I heard about it from the Regional Task Force on the Homeless when I was reviewing our strategic plan to address homelessness. And then a couple months later, I got a call from a constituent. He had never spoken to an elected official before. He'd never called the city, but he was seeing the blight, the encampments, and just the traumatic homeless experiences off of Emerald in my district. And he was wondering, folks are camping, folks are already here, folks are already sleeping in their cars, right? There's not a demand that we're going to be creating, right? The demand is already here. People are already doing those things. And he was wondering, what can we do? Can we establish a campground for people that actually has facilities, right? So that they're not throwing their trash on the ground, that has trash cans, that has programming, right? And he wanted to know if there was a solution. And I told him, what you're describing is something that policy advisors for the biggest homeless organization in our region are advocating for, right? And this is just a neighbor of mine who called me and said, hey, is there something more that we can be doing? So I definitely am grateful for all the work that staff has put into, addressing our issues related to homelessness and folks experiencing housing insecurity in our community. And I really believe in a multi-pronged approach, right? Not everybody is going to accept the shelter options that we offer them. And, unfortunately, some of the safe parking environments, whether it be a neighborhood or a business parking lot, those truly aren't safe and they're not connected to any programming. So from my perspective, this is not, agreeing with many of the speakers tonight, this is certainly not a solution. And it does not reflect the quality of life that I think that people, deserve or that people need in order to thrive. But if somebody is, camping in the Conservancy Trail or along Emerald, or they're sleeping in their car in my neighborhood, I think that there needs to be a safer environment for those folks. So I just would love to see staff bring us back more information, because we had the public hear a little bit more information about it tonight, and people are generally supportive, and they've also been asking for this for a very long time. So I'll go ahead and second Councilmember Contreras' motion to instruct staff to bring forward a little bit more information, because I think that the safe parking and safe camping concepts can be implemented alongside all the other interventions that we're using in order for us to be successful. Not everyone's going to be in safe camping. Not everyone's going to be in safe parking. Not everybody is going to, be able to, get into permanent supportive housing. Not everyone is going to go to a congregate shelter. So being able to offer a multitude of solutions for this very complex problem, I think would be at least part of the solution. So now that I have seconded, hopefully we can go to a vote and see how that goes. But I don't think I've heard from everyone yet, and I would love to hear from everyone.
Councilmember Contreras.
I just want to reiterate the fact that the city of Encinitas has had a safe parking program since 2019. And even though it was stated by this council, some of these council members that, it's something that we've heard a lot. Build it and they will come. And then we also hear that, nobody wants help. So you can't have it both ways. Here's the thing, Mayor Ritter, I respect you. However, it is very sad to hear that by creating interventions that people need, that it's suddenly going to make us a homeless capital. That's heartbreaking. So
I'm not saying that you can't create interventions. I'm just saying that all the things that you're suggesting, we already have a lot of the services, social services here in Vista. There are already a lot of those things here in Vista. And so I'm just saying, is it necessary to add more? And so that would be that's why I'm not going to support it, is because we have Operation Hope. I don't have a list of all of them, but I can tell you there are a lot of them. The community clinic just opened a place for seniors. They're just opening it over on Emerald. We just have a lot of things here, and I just don't know that it's necessary to keep adding more things in Vista. Some of the other cities can step up. San Marcos could do this, or Oceanside could do this, or Carlsbad. So it isn't just all upon Vista. So that would be my thoughts. So I know the homeless problem, and I do have a heart for them. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I don't think this is an answer for our city. So that's my comment. So who else their hand? You all want, I'll say Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilwoman Melendez, thank you very much for bringing this forward for us to discuss. I have to say, though I'm aware at sort of a base level of the concept, I have not had the opportunity since it was added to the agenda on Thursday to learn as much as I want to. I would definitely commit this week if I can, and I'd like to ask staff to lead a group. Anybody that wants to join me would welcome from the staff and council to visit the safe parking lot in Encinitas. I'd like to see it. I'm a big believer in the power of seeing and visiting the services and talking to the people who are there. I think that's very important. Now, is Jewish Family Services, are they the only operator that we're aware of who's potentially interested in operating this kind of a program? Or maybe we don't know the answer to that yet.
I don't have that information. If I could speak to that, having brought this item forward, I do know that they are a highly reputable and successful partner in the county. So they run a safe camping site in San Diego, which as an AmeriCorps, I had the opportunity to visit several years ago, which was an incredible experience. Their safe camping site has a lot of infrastructure, including kind of a grocery store for people to shop in. It has showers. It has a whole building. So that's one of their facilities. And then, of course, in Encinitas as well.
They are the only provider in North County, but there are a number of organizations that offer safe parking in the county itself, specifically in the city of San Diego and elsewhere.
I noticed that Jewish Family Services operates 4 safe parking facilities, 3 in the city of San Diego and 1 in the city of Encinitas. It sounds like we need to answer that question as to whether or not there are other programs, or perhaps they're the only ones in our region. It does sound like it's a high barrier program. Is that? Look, I'll just go through some questions that I have, and if we have the answers, great. If not, maybe we can get the answers. So the fact that it's a high barrier program, one of the concerns that I would have is accessibility. If we're going to offer a new service, and to the mayor's point, I think we want to make sure that it's meeting the needs of those who are homeless in the city of Vista today. And along that line, as we have had the opportunity to interface through our social worker with 427 different, and I'm sure the number is more now, but that's our last count. We've had 427 unique interactions with people experiencing homelessness in Vista. Hopefully we've begun to collect some information about who might be eligible for a program like this. And so I kind of like to hear from staff in visiting with our social worker and our new housing navigator, and Patrick, as the social worker that the county is going to fund, has someone been hired and fielded yet for us?
Yeah, I think they've been on board for about 6 weeks, and they did some site visits and walkthroughs with our social worker about, like I said, 5 or 6 weeks ago, and then they're out in the field.
Are they also an Exodus employee?
No, the county social worker is not part of Exodus program.
Okay.
Our social worker is from Exodus.
And not to get out too much off topic, but I hope we're going to be privy to some of the information that they're collecting, and I look forward to hearing that in the future. One of the things that did very much pique my interest is the idea that a lot of the participants here are seniors. I think we all have a particular interest in making sure that our seniors have access. I mean, certainly in most of the encampments that I have been in, I have not seen seniors. And so that is a segment of the unsheltered homeless population that we want to make sure we don't leave behind. One of the things in the ongoing conversation about solving homelessness is there are many different groups and categories, a lot of different, people from different walks of life, different ages, experiencing homelessness. So I want to hear more about how the program affects seniors. I would commit to learn more about this, to visit with residents. I've already begun that process of trying to get input from residents. And but since we've had this agendized for about 3 days now, I'd definitely like to have a much more robust conversation before we move forward. And then I would say one of the ideas that was raised is that potentially this could be done in concert with the RFP, which we're going to discuss in the next item. So I think there's a lot of options. There are definitely concerns. We would, in reading some of the articles about Encinitas, some of the residents who were most upset said that it wasn't necessarily the safe parking lot that they were opposed to, but that they felt that they weren't consulted and community input was not achieved with regard to the location and the construct of the program. I do want to make sure that were we to move forward with this, that we would have an extensive conversation and public notice opportunity with regard to the location. Neighbors deserve to have input. There's going to be, as is pointed out, no intervention opportunity is perfect. There's going to be some side effects. I think we can acknowledge that. And so the neighbors in that particular part of our city deserve to be consulted and deserve to be heard. And if we're going to locate a place, then it would have to be absolutely in real dialogue with the residents. But I've said before, and I'll say it again, there's no good idea that I feel that we've rejected so far in the conversation in our homelessness strategic plan. We've received many ideas, and I think we've executed on just about all of them. And so I'm willing to personally do the investigation to learn more about this, to consider whether or not it should be part of the RFP. I don't want to turn away any idea without fully investigating it. So I'm committed personally to doing that with this idea. I appreciate the conversation.
Looks like Councilmember Contreras is next, then followed by Councilmember Green.
Well, here's the thing, is that the motion is for staff who is hired by the city to do this type of work to get information, more information about safe parking and safe camping, and to bring that back to council. So as much as, I appreciate Deputy Mayor Franklin saying that he is going to do his own research, this is beyond the research that any of us can do. We really need to have a succinct way to review this information. And also to keep in mind what biases might occur when individual council members do their own research, whether that be me or Councilmember Melendez or Deputy Mayor Franklin. That's why I think it's so important for staff to bring back information. So I don't see the issue with just if we want information, then we will support the motion on the floor. And I do want to give Councilmember Green the ability to speak, because I know that he's been waiting for a long time to speak. But we have a motion and a second, and we need to take a vote.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Melendez and Councilmember Contreras. After it's moved and seconded, you still get to discuss before you vote. So we're just discussing a little bit before we vote. I know you know how that works. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. I actually was surprised, Deputy Mayor Franklin. It sounded like to me, and I'm looking forward to the vote, that you wanted staff to look into it a little more, and you actually wanted staff to take you on a visit to the site there so you could kind of look into it and get more. My feeling on this is kind of exactly what yours was, Councilmember Contreras, is that we need to have a structured approach to eliminating or reducing homelessness that's going to be multifaceted, and there's going to be no particular one item that works. One thing that I don't want to do though, and kind of speaking to Mayor Ritter's point, is I don't want to do 20 different things at one time and kind of see what works the best. I do like the idea of a structured approach, and this council has done more work for homelessness than any council before. When I came on the council in 2016, there were zero no barrier beds available for anybody. That was just, 6 years ago. And now we have beds available. We got the strategic plan to address homelessness. And D2, I'm super excited about. So I do feel like we've done a ton. Just to throw some things out there that, Karina and Katie and we've kind of come up with together was, permanent supportive housing is in our plan, affordable housing, and a home share issue. In Vista, we have senior affordable housing that was just built. We have veteran and affordable housing that was just built. We have the Paseo Santa Fe project that stretches all the way down Santa Fe that is all affordable housing that is housing tons of Vistans. So from affordable housing, as far as what Vista's done for affordable housing and homelessness, we've definitely, done our part and more. And I hope that other cities catch on and start doing something as well so that they can help us with this burden. I don't think it's our burden to bear on our own, Mayor Ritter. As far as this particular process goes, I heard a lot of, people calling and speaking on where they would want it and things. And that's my main concern as well, as I think Councilmember Franklin, and I think that's where I want to direct staff for information is like, hey, what are the city-run properties? Where are they at? How much notice are we going to give residents? What type of workshops are we going to have about this thing? How, what type of feedback? The people who called in, I hear from them regularly. I love how engaged they are, but I'd love to put it out to the masses. But again, I think this is another approach that would be great. I like the idea Councilmember Franklin stated that we're already going to authorize an RFP in D2. And maybe when staff's looking into this, they can say, hey, we're going to do a shelter. How about 10 safe parking spaces? And Humanity Showers comes by once a month, our shelter at these spaces, or a campsite at this particular shelter. So, there's endless possibilities with this. I definitely don't want to flood the community with tons of lots all over the place. And I don't think anybody really does. We just want to have some type of approach that we haven't used before and see how it works. I love the idea near mass transit. In the event it's, hopefully our shelter will be in your mass transit as well, but I think that's the most, logical place for something like this. So I support John Franklin's statements of, I want to go visit the safe camping site. I was also wondering if you'd spoken with Jewish Family Services on if they'd volunteered to run this site yet. But again, with the RFPs and questions that we're asking, I think we can get more answers to that. And I don't want to say I support it because I don't necessarily support it, but I definitely support getting more info. And it being a, high barrier, I think, is another good thing. We're going to have people who actually need it going to the actual spot. So it's not like random people are going to be lined up around the block to park and shower at a parking lot, like I think a lot of people think it would be. So I appreciate you bringing forward. Again, motion second. We've all chatted. Bring the vote on and let's see how it goes.
Well, I show two people that want to speak still. I show Councilmember Melendez and Councilmember Contreras still want to speak. So Councilmember Melendez.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do just have a few kind of closing comments. As you saw in my slides, I didn't put any references. I have done very minimal research. And in fact, there is minimal research that I can access. So I really do think that, not only for myself, but for us as a body, we need the expertise and we need the diligence of staff to look into this. Location, right, is a huge unknown, right? That was one of the challenges that I listed, in fact. And so that was probably one of the major benefits that staff could bring forward, is being able to indicate what are the potential locations. And then also, I know that this is just the beginning of a conversation. I know there's previously, it's been brought up, safe parking has been brought up before, but I hadn't seen a formal discussion on this topic. And I just felt like it was a good time. I know that we're doing a lot and we have our D2 discussion coming up in just a moment. And I spoke to our city manager, Patrick Johnson, on the Monday, the 10th, and asked him to put it on the agenda for the 25th. So it has been agendized since then, and was on the publicly noticed agenda on Wednesday, the 19th, just to clarify that. But the reason why I put it on this agenda, knowing that we're also going to be having a discussion on D2 on our request for proposals, is because it's just one of many solutions, right? It's definitely not the most ideal solution. There is no ideal solution in such a terrible, catastrophic circumstance that someone might find themselves in. So I appreciate everyone's comments. It's not an easy topic to talk about, but I agree with you, Councilmember Green, that the city of Vista is doing a lot. And even just the fact that we're all here having this conversation is a big deal. So I'm ready to vote. I appreciate everybody's comments and for just giving me the floor to share some of my thoughts on these concepts. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what we can do.
Councilmember Contreras.
Here I am raising my hand again. Sorry about that, y'all. I just wanted to answer Councilmember Green's comment about Jewish Family Service. I had a conversation with Councilmember Kelly Hinsey from the city of Encinitas, just kind of asking a little bit about it. And, maybe staff will correct me once we do research, but what I garnered from the conversation that I had with her is that Jewish Family Service was looking to have a North County presence, since all of their safe parking is down south. And there's such a huge need here in North County. And the only city at that time that would take a look at it was Encinitas. So, we're not talking about setting up, 100 spaces. I think the city of Encinitas has like 25, right? And they're at full capacity every day. I know we talk about, how much we spend on shelter beds and them not being at 100% capacity. Well, this would be very similar in cost with 100% capacity every night reached. So there's a need. I've said this before, our social worker has done such a great job doing outreach, gathering data that we have all requested, because we want to get to know, who it is in our community that's unsheltered. But there are so many people that we have not reached because they aren't in the encampments. They're in their cars and they're one step away, right? It's heartbreaking, even when we think about, Vista Unified School District and how many of our children here in the city of Vista, are living in their cars. So we can do better. And this is the first step. to just having staff, do what they're paid to do. My coworkers on staff are great. They're going to just research it. They're going to bring it back to us. And then we can all have a little bit more information so we can make informed decisions because that's what we're here. That's what we're elected to do. We got to make really hard decisions sometimes, right? So this is just one step in the process. But I really do look forward to creating a situation where we can move people from unsheltered situations into permanent housing, whether that's permanent supportive housing, affordable housing, or they might not even need, if there's a stopgap intervention, they might be able to get back on their feet, without having to move into permanent supportive housing or affordable housing. They might be able, to do better at their current job by having just a place to rest their head. It's really difficult. I don't know if anybody here has ever attempted to sleep in their car. It is not comfortable. Yet that is the only thing that a lot of individuals have. With gas prices being so high, it's really difficult to find a safe place to park. And I challenge everybody on this council to go 24 hours without access to your home or office and to just try and do everything as if you were unsheltered and all you had was your vehicle. So with that, I'm ready to vote. Sorry that I said that we should vote and then I raised my hand again, but thank you for letting me speak.
Don't see any more. So I guess we'll call for the vote.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I had my hand up. I
thought I did, but then it went away.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, I just wanted to say that, what the motion is here is to get more information. I do want to hear a presentation about it. I want to ask and answer some of these questions. I want to hear from the community. It'll be the issue of the location, I think, will be a difficult conversation, but I'm as I've said, willing to ask hard questions and hear answers I like and the ones I don't. I'm going to keep a very open mind. I definitely have concerns, but I also see the potential, to reach some folks. So I'm going to keep an open mind about it, and I'd like to hear from Jewish Family Services, and I want the opportunity to investigate it fully before we make a decision. So I'm going to support the motion.
Well, and I know that I'm on the losing end, but I just can't support safe camping and parking for all of North County. They were all of North County, so I can't support it. So I'm on the losing end. I know that. So call for the vote, please.
Please state your vote when I call your name. Councilmember Melendez.
Aye.
Councilmember Contreras.
Aye.
Councilmember Green.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Ritter.
No.
The motion passes with Ritter opposing.
Okay, that takes us to our discussion item number D2, year-round shelter and operator request for proposals. Housing Manager Sylvia Solis Daniels will provide the staff report. If any members of the public want to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise hand feature or by pressing *9 now, and speakers will be called upon after the staff presentation. So I'm going to turn it over to Sylvia.
Mayor, Amanda Lee, our Assistant City Manager, will do the introduction first.
Okay, sorry, Amanda.
No problem. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The item before you this evening is to discuss a request for proposal known as an RFP to solicit providers to establish a year-round shelter in Vista. On October 26, 2021, the City Council discussed shelters and permanent housing options and directed staff to draft an RFP for developers to propose a low barrier shelter in the city, and directed staff to bring back the RFP to Council for consideration. Over the last 3 months, staff has been evaluating other jurisdictions' processes for establishing a shelter and has reached out to various shelter providers to understand their needs. As a result of that work, staff has prepared information for our comprehensive discussion tonight. Housing Programs Manager Solis Daniels will provide an overview of the city's current shelter resources, unsheltered population, reasons shelters are declined, and the 5 key elements of the draft RFP. And if we can move on to the next slide. And Sylvia, are you on the line?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me? All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The City of Vista currently has 1 operating shelter within the city boundaries, Operation Hope, which has 45 beds specifically for families with children and single women who are experiencing homelessness. This shelter is identified as a high barrier provider and does not accommodate single males or individuals with substance abuse needs. The strategic plan includes an activity to secure shelter beds, which offers unsheltered individuals a bed through the Alliance for Regional Solutions. This is known as the Alliance, and this secures up to 10 low barrier shelter beds that accommodate single people. There are 2 shelters in the Alliance that receive referrals from the city social worker, Haven House, which is run by Interfaith Community Services in Escondido, and La Posada, run by Catholic Charities in Carlsbad. The city social worker offers these beds through an annual contract with the Alliance. During the October 2020 through September 2021 period, 54 unhoused people from Vista were placed in these shelters and utilized a total of 2,793 shelter bed nights. The slide outlines the gender, age, and occupancy rate of people who have been placed in those shelters. A total of 19% of those sheltered were female and 81% were male. A majority of them, 41 total, fall between the ages of 25 to 59, and only 4 are between the ages of 18 to 24, and 9 of them are 60 and older. The shelter bed contract had an occupancy rate of 77%. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of the city's unsheltered population. This is derived from the data collected by the city social worker from that October 2020 to September 2021 period. It has been included to provide a general overview of the community needs to address in the RFP. I would note that this data only includes individuals that the city social worker has worked with and does not include individuals who are receiving support from other service providers. The data reflects 427 people experiencing homelessness. A majority of those, 66% of the unsheltered population, identify as male, and a vast majority of the population, 79%, fall between the ages of 25 to 59. A minority of the unsheltered population identify as military veterans, only 7%. Next slide. This slide outlines data collected from that same period, October 2020 through September 2021, reported by the City of Vista social worker. These are the top reasons people have declined shelter, including a congregate dorm-like living environment. Clients do not have an emotional support animal letter, or they have too many pets. The clients are not able to cohabitate in the same bed as their partner or previous experience at a shelter. Next slide. As Amanda mentioned, staff did evaluate and discuss RFPs with other local jurisdictions and spoke with shelter providers to better understand shelter operations and the request for proposal process conducted by other local agencies. Feedback from those providers have been included in the draft, and following tonight's discussion, recommendations and edits from the City Council will be incorporated into a final draft document. The city's draft RFP includes sections for the council to finalize, as well as the opportunity to provide additional edits prior to publishing. 5 sections of the RFP are included in the following slides for your discussion and feedback. These include key elements from the ideal proposal, the shelter bed capacity, funding, facility, and schedule. These are found on pages 2 to 5 of the RFP. I'm going to present each of the 5 sections and then pause for questions and feedback before proceeding to the next section. And the first section that we'll review is the key elements of the ideal proposal. We are requesting proposals from experienced homeless shelter operators to operate a low barrier homeless shelter to help individuals experiencing homelessness or that are living in conditions not suitable for habitation. The proposed homeless shelter is intended to provide year-round services. Proposals must include a preliminary but well-defined scope of work, schedule, and budget for proposed items, as well as a list of all subcontractors. The ideal proposal is expected to include the following key elements: to identify and secure a facility to operate the shelter within the boundaries of the City of Vista, including evidence of how the identified location is the most suitable location for the proposed operational plan. To provide coordination and referral support to successfully transition clients into permanent housing, and to provide day services to allow clients to remain on site throughout the day. Provide case management, health, and safety services necessary to support the health, well-being, and safety of those residing in the shelter, including but not limited to crisis response, sanitation, security, and food services. And finally, to accommodate individuals, couples, and pets. So before we move on, are there any questions or concerns within this first section that you'd like to edit into the key elements?
Just a question, if I could, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead. I can't see everybody's little face, so go ahead.
Day services. I visited Interfaith and La Posada both during the day, and all of their residents were essentially out unless they had I think some kind of a waiver for health or something. But do La Posada or Interfaith, either of them have day services?
La Posada has transitioned to offer day services or even just the opportunity for individuals to stay on site due to COVID. With the pandemic, a lot of agencies or some shelters started offering that opportunity for guests to remain on site.
And did we ask, or do we know if they intend to, now that they've had some experience with it, do they intend to offer that on a go-forward basis?
I can't speak to that. I don't have that answer.
Maybe something I'd like to get the answer to, just to see what has their experience been. And, you know, I'd like to better understand, because most of the programs, shelters, and even as I was looking into the safe parking and camping, most of those facilities require residents to leave during the daytime hours. I assume staffing is a part of that as a budgetary concern, but I'd like to better understand that rationale. And since we're going to include that, I'd like to better understand that.
And if I could just add, the City of San Diego does have a variety of different shelters. One is actually run by Alpha Project. It has 325 beds, and that one does offer day services. It was a matter of like resources that were available. So they have access to state agencies on site, county health and behavioral services. And also they do offer television services, and people are responsible for doing certain chores. But it is mostly about capacity and ability for that shelter to offer services. Haven House is a little bit smaller. They do have resources around. La Posada, they were a farm worker, and so they offered more farm services and more access for people to work. And Operation Hope also has people going out and doing stuff during the day. The idea of Alpha Project was a lot of the people who are staying there may not have activities to do throughout the day. And instead of people just mingling around, and since it was downtown, they really wanted to provide a secure location where people could get services, and also for it to better blend with the neighborhood as well. But we can definitely find out more information, but that is just one example.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Franklin, the Deputy Mayor? I don't see him anymore, so I guess I'll go to Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate Deputy Mayor Franklin's questions. I had similar questions about day services. I didn't realize it was something that was typically provided. My concern is that it would increase the cost in a way that isn't necessarily essential for the function of the shelter. And that it would also, excuse me, that I just wanted to double check that day services were a requirement of participating in the shelter, because I wouldn't want to, you know, increase restrictions that could keep people from obtaining employment or pursuing their educational goals. So could you give me a little bit more information about what day services would look like and if they, you know, would be a requirement?
No, so when we're talking about day services, we're trying to provide an opportunity for people for those who have nowhere to go throughout the day, for them to have an opportunity to stay at the shelter. A lot of times shelters, when it comes 7 in the morning or 8 in the morning, they then ask everyone to leave, and then everyone's just disperses and then comes back at a particular time. So we were trying to think, there were some concerns with the community and some concerns that we heard of where do people go through the day. Typically people do have options of where they're going, but those who have no options, we wanted to give them an option to be able to stay at the shelter. This is definitely, if you want us to remove that component, we can. Yes, to answer your question, it will increase the cost because providing additional staff will need to be there throughout the day. It is up to the proposal to decide what services they offer, if it's just providing them to allow them to stay through the day, or if there's actually additional services where they do, you know, employment engagement or other type of engagement. That's really up to the proposer and also for the city council to determine what level of care that they want to provide.
Right. So it could be anything from a very rigorous day program to a subcontract for a job preparing program.
Or just keeping the door open so people don't have to go and sleep on the streets if they have no place else to go.
Okay, they can still access their bed that they've been staying in. Okay,
exactly.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Amanda.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much for this presentation, and the way that we're going about it makes it very easy to kind of review this very large agenda item. My question on the day services, I think that is crucial because, as it was stated, you know, for individuals who don't have a place to go, what we want to do is to help those individuals, right, stabilize and eventually move into, you know, a different housing situation. I think that would be really good for wherever this shelter is put, for the surrounding neighborhoods, that day services are provided. And I wanted to ask, is the day service part of this built into the operational costs that we're going to review under C funding?
No, so the costs that you see there are for typical shelters that are within San Diego County, and typically they do not offer day services. So no, from what we understand, that those are just different levels of care of management, health management, and case management services.
Okay. So do we have an estimate of how much more? Because if it's not built into the estimated annual operation costs per shelter scenario, then it does kind of beg the question of, you know, how much in total are we looking?
Well, as Sylvia did state, shelters are allowing people to stay now throughout the day, so people are getting a better sense of those costs. And I think if you would have asked this question about a year ago, people would have the price would have fluctuated a lot. But now the fact that people are staying throughout the day and it's not taking more, it's not as much of a bear of a burden for the shelters, so the cost can definitely get lower. A recommendation I would do is we can ask the proposal to provide different proposals, one with the day provider and one without, so then council can evaluate both levels of care.
I think it's good just to have more information. I 100% I'm in support of providing day services, but I also like to look at price tags. So
yeah, and we don't have an exact price tag. That is going to be what we are going to ask them to do, is break down the cost, and we can definitely have them. We're going to ask them to identify each cost, so that is a cost you'll be able to evaluate.
Awesome, perfect. So I'm glad that we are going to include that. And then let's see here. When it comes to accommodating pets, I think that's important. However, what I wouldn't be in favor of is like 3 pets per person, right? So I don't know how the rest of the council feels. I do think that since we saw the reasons why people are not going into shelter, and this last bullet point, right, is part of one of those reasons, whether it's, couples that aren't able to go through this situation together, and or, pets that aren't able to be accommodated. But, I think a really important service would be to help people have the proper documentation for their pets. So that way, when they use public transit, or, if there's a situation and there's emergency services, that, everybody knows that this individual has the proper documentation to have a emotional support pet. I just want to say that I was down in San Diego, and I was taking the bus, and actually to a League of Cities meeting, and an individual came onto the bus and had an emotional support pet that was a cat. And this is like the most well-behaved cat that I've ever seen, right? So I think it really is important that we provide this service, because we want to decrease the barriers of entry. But I also want to make sure that, we're not just taking in a ton of pets, because we will have to provide an area for the pets to be relieved, right, and whatnot. So those are my comments, but I'm 100% in support of these key elements for our RFP. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor Franklin, can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was just gonna say, I don't know if we're gonna get to this later, but one of the shelters that we're currently invested in offers physical health services. They have a clinic room. I think that's incredibly important. Again, for those of us who've been in the encampments, there's a very large number of physical maladies that have been suffered by those who are living, with exposure to the elements. Not all the facilities have on-site mental health, but I think it's obviously imperative that on-site mental health be a factor. And I didn't know when the right time to make those 2 points was, but I think we definitely have to provide some kind of basic health clinic, including access to mental health on site if we do build a shelter.
Okay, so back to you, Sylvia. I guess that's all the, Deputy Mayor, did you have something else? You have your hand up again. I think you're muted.
I just hadn't taken it down. I've taken it down now.
Okay. So that's all the questions I see at the moment. So
okay. So in summary, for that for the key element section, will better outline the day service cost, will limit pet capacity to 3 per person, and provide or ensure that there's on-site mental health services available. Okay, if that aligns with everything we've just discussed, we'll move on to the next section.
I actually just wanted to speak on the 3 per person for the pets. I don't know how the rest of the council feels. I even think that 3 is too many. I think we're, you know, me personally, I think 1 is a good accommodation. Maybe 2, right? But I think like by the time we get to 3, that's a little too much. So I just wanted to throw my 2 cents on that. Definitely allow for at least 1 pet, but when it gets to 3, I think that's getting maybe just a little too excessive. And I don't want to have a cost that is so big for sheltering pets versus sheltering human beings. So I really want to balance that a little bit more. I don't know how the rest of the council feels. I'm definitely in support of 1 pet, possibly 2, but I think when it gets to 3, that becomes a little excessive.
Mayor, would you like to go around and just find out what everybody's preference is on the number?
Yeah, I think we should. I would say 1, maybe 2, you know, but definitely I think many 2. So, Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I would say 1 pet would be a reasonable accommodation. Someone in this situation who is seeking shelter, unfortunately, is in a position where they have to focus so much on taking care of themselves and getting themselves into a better situation. And having, you know, other creatures to care for can get in the way of that. So when I was providing social work services, I actually had a client who was sleeping in her vehicle, and she had 2 dogs that were registered support animals with her. And, you know, it was really devastating to see her caring for these animals, yet having such a hard time caring for herself. So I think she's a really good example of what a safe parking lot can do for folks. But just in general, I think focusing more on, right, the individual needs. And if you're having to care for so much more beyond yourself, it can make it really hard to focus on your goals. So I wouldn't want to interrupt the programming or interrupt the purpose of the shelter by making permissions for an excessive amount of animals. 1 or 2, I think, is appropriate depending on the circumstances, but any more than that, I don't think is appropriate.
Deputy Mayor.
I was just going to say, you look at the way that La Posada is built, there's 2 sort of barracks, you know, facilities. And my thought is that would be an ideal design, because in one of the barracks, you could have animals, and in the other, I would have it be animal free. This way, folks who are afraid of animals or who don't have animals and don't want to, you know, maybe the noise of animals or the concern of an animal, you know, would be an inhibitor for them. So let's think about that. And then, you know, I would say, I mean, we've heard from our social worker that not being able to bring animals is a reason. And, you know, we've had people come forward and say, we're not getting people sheltered because of these barriers. So I think we need to look really hard. And this is where we really need, we've spent multiple 6 figures now on having a social worker. We need to know at a granular level how many of the 427 people that we have spoken to have more than 2 pets, how many of them have more than 1. If this is one of the top 5 reasons that people are rejecting shelter, then I believe we ought to be asking these questions and have the data so that we can answer them, particularly before we endeavor to spend millions of dollars and build a multi-million-dollar operating budget. I think we want that information. So let's task our social worker as we go through this arduous process of designing this program. Let's get that information and let's have a more informed discussion. And, you know, also, I mean, I'm just looking, it's incredibly easy to get an emotional support letter. Obviously, if you can pay for one, it's incredibly easy to get one online. If you don't have any money, you know, that seems like a service that I'm guessing that our social work clinicians are qualified to write such a letter. So, I mean, are we not able to write that kind of a letter after an interview and a diagnosis of some existing mental illness or other documented need under the state law? Isn't that something that we can provide now to get folks into a shelter if it's presently a barrier?
I don't believe so, and I think that's why it's a barrier, is those letters are difficult for people to actually obtain. So
okay, I just looked on a website right now. I print one off right now for $30. So why, if I have $30, I can print one off, but why can't our social worker just write one if, in her opinion, it's in compliance with the California state law for emotional support animals? What kind of credentials? I mean, if the website can print one out, how can it be that our social worker wouldn't have the recognized qualifications? I mean, I'm a lay person here. I'm not an expert in this stuff, so you got to educate me. But I'm just, you know, we all want to get people into the shelters. We all want to get people off the streets. The animal issue has been identified as one of the top 5 reasons. So let's dig in. Let's dig in hard and find out what's going on here. I want to know the answer to that question. Why can the social worker not write the emotional support letter? If they can't, who can? How can we eliminate that as a barrier altogether?
So those letters are must be written by a physician. That's a requirement for the shelters. And a lot of individuals are able to get them. Sometimes the challenge is to maintain them, just like any document or materials they have. It's something that can often be lost.
Well, that's another good point. Interfaith has facility to, I think, store those kind of documents for people. That's obviously key for people who are living without a home, that we provide the ability to have a repository for documents, you know, a mailbox. It's important that we have copies and we're able to reproduce these documents for them so that they don't face these barriers. I mean, and they've got folks there who can help with driver's license and a social security card. You know, we can't build a facility of the kind of one that we're imagining that wouldn't provide those same services. Those services have to be present.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Green. Oh, no. Councilmember Green, sorry.
It's hard, I know. I look so deputy mayor-ish. It's because we both have perfectly round heads. You don't know what to do with them. Anyways, I just wanted to comment on the dog issue. I have 3 amazing dogs, Pancake, Winston, and Rosemary. However, if I was homeless, I understand there may be a cap to the dogs. I personally think like a 2-dog limit would be okay, even a 1-dog limit. However, if they are emotional support animals, we might be able to increase that limit of animals. So maybe something with that stipulation, because like Deputy Mayor Franklin said, you know, I wouldn't want to turn anybody away because they have 3 dogs. The truth is, if they have 3 dogs and they're willing to get help and they're willing to get on the path to, you know, become new productive members of society, I want to make sure we do everything we can as a city to accommodate that. And if that means making their dogs emotional support animals or helping them find some place after they get into the facility, I'd want to make sure that. So, you know, maybe set it at 1 regular dog, but if they have 3 and they're considered emotional support, we have to be able to make special guidelines for that. So I know this is item A and we got to get to E. So there's still 5 more of this RFP, homies. So anyways, yeah, that's where I'm at with the dogs. So 1 max if it's not an emotional support, but if they have more than that, we need to help make them emotional support to get them housed. That's all I got.
Councilmember Contreras.
I really appreciate all my colleagues, really looking into these key elements, because this is like the big framework, right, that we're working with. So it's been a good discussion on pets. I think there's a lot that we need to know about it. And it seems like we're all in favor. But some of the gaps in our knowledge and our ability to kind of look at this three-dimensionally is that, like what Deputy Mayor Franklin brought up, right? What is the process that's going to be available to help people document that their pets are emotional support animals, and also, bringing up the concept of a mailbox or some way to store documents. But it seems like we're all in favor of pets. We just kind of have some questions about how we're able to do that. So if that could be, I don't know how we're going to translate all of these comments and questions into what goes into the RFP, but does staff have a good idea of what we're trying to figure out here?
Yes, so I think we have enough direction on the pets, and we can definitely draft some language that captures that. And also we do have a management plan inside the RFP as well that does go towards the document storage, kind of like safe deposit boxes type of for people to be able to get. So I do think we have enough information on the pets, and I believe we're ready to move on to the next element.
Awesome. All right, thanks. Just want to make sure.
Yes.
One other question about pets. So do they have, this probably not, but do they have to be up to date, like on shots or anything, like rabies shots and things? Or do they just, is it okay that they aren't? Do they spread things in between the different pets? I don't know how that goes.
And that's part of obtaining that emotional support letter, that you have a qualified pet, that you have a pet that's able to be an emotional support with the adequate medical attention and shots that's needed.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. Okay. So then I'll give it back to you. With the next thing.
So next slide, please. This slide outlines the capacity of the shelter. We'd like City Council to select one of the following options. The shelter must be located within the City of Vista boundaries, offering one of these options: A maximum capacity of 20 beds, B, a maximum capacity of 35 beds, or C, a maximum capacity of 50 beds. And we're requesting your direction on the shelter bed capacity. Are there any questions or concerns with the options, and which option would you like to proceed with?
We see the figures on the expenses or on the cost of those.
The operational cost, yes, that's in a couple of slides moving forward.
I would think that would make a difference when we see the cost, maybe.
Maybe Sylvia can describe the average cost per bed, and then we can give you kind of a factor for 20, 35, and 50.
Sure. So a basic case management bed is an average of 67 per night, and a higher end bed with mental health services, co-occurring substance abuse services could be nearly double that, so at 125 per night. And that range, if we're looking at the lower end for 20 beds, is 489,000 up to 1.2. I'm sorry, for the basic management, it's 489,000 if we're looking at 20 beds. Actually, if we want to move forward a couple slides, you can see the chart that's outlined. There you go.
Yeah.
So basically what Sylvia was saying is $25,000 to $50,000 a year per bed, depending upon the level of services.
Okay. Councilmember Contreras.
All right. Well, it certainly looks like this is a tough one, because we want to provide enough capacity, but also the dollar amounts are really high. So this is one where I was reviewing this information and I'm not 100% sure. I almost feel like 20 beds isn't enough. Maybe 50 beds is too much. And maybe the 35 beds is a good place to start, especially if we're looking at harm reduction. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I want to hear from my colleagues. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Yeah, I'm curious, why is there's no scaling in the cost as you go from 20 to 50? How can that be?
Sylvia, did you want to answer or did you want me to go?
So, sure. I didn't understand your question. I'm sorry.
No, that's the annualized cost per bed per year didn't get smaller when we went from 20 beds to 50 beds. But yet we know that there are fixed costs that will be spread across whatever number of beds.
So these costs have come from a couple other or various shelters throughout San Diego County. And while it may seem like there's an economy of scale for some items, a majority of them are not on that basis. Each individual that you increase, you're also increasing the need for security, facility cost, resources, food. So there's very few items that have that scalability.
And case management and social workers are limited to the number of people. So it's kind of on the lower end, like trying to be more at a 1 to 10 or a 1 to 15 ratio versus, you can't just have one person for 50 beds. So that also changes as well.
Well, one of the important things that staff let me know today is, and Sylvia, was it you that had a conversation with La Posada today?
Yesterday.
And they informed you that they likely have additional beds coming online within the next 12 months, that they would be highly interested in contracting to us?
They wanted to discuss a contract, yes.
So, I think if we're looking at 20 beds, I think we need to look at La Posada and, maybe tripling the number of beds we have there from 5 to 15, or maybe, some combination. But we had information in a previous meeting that there were no more beds available. It seems like maybe that's changed now. We've gotten some new information. That's good news. Having some basic health services, having some basic access to mental health services, we cannot in good conscience, we cannot skip attending to the mental health needs if we're going to build this facility. That is something we have to do. We have to be committed to that. So I know that there are costs that are going to scale to some degree. There always are. And, especially when you have a very small number, you're going to have some costs that are going to be very high. I think we need to get into seeing an actual itemized, prospective budget for this as we go forward. And I guess maybe that's what our RFP, we're looking for from people. Are we asking for an itemized budget accounting of recurring costs in the RFP?
Yes, that's a major part of the RFP to include the itemized budget.
I'm looking at, as far as we talk about the number of beds, the 20 beds are available now within the next 12 months, probably faster than we can build and bring online. And personally, I think, at least in the interim, I think we ought to strongly consider Catholic Charities' additional offering of beds to increase. I mean, I want to point out again that of the 3,650 bed nights, we only used 77%. So when we look at going from 10 beds to 50 beds, clearly that's much more capacity than we were able to identify demand for. So now I think it's going to be very important that we examine the scalability of these costs. And if we have 50 beds, then we're likely looking at probably contracting perhaps with a neighboring city. Maybe San Marcos, maybe Carlsbad would want to have access to help us defray costs. I really want to explore more of this issue of the scalability and the economy of scale for some of these costs. But if we're talking about 20 beds, then I really think we want to take a close look at the potential offering from La Posada to provide that quantity and reconsider whether or not we in fact want to build our own facility. Because if we've got a provider as good as La Posada, and I think a number of us have been to that facility, it's a gorgeous facility. They have a beautiful kitchen. The bathrooms are immaculate. It's a beautiful facility. I think we really want to consider, doubling down on our investment there. It's also right on the border, basically, with the city of Vista. So it's close. I think also we should consider additional investments. If we're going to stick with the lower number of beds, I think we should consider additional investments in transportation options. We already have 4 or 5 transportation options, but I think we should invest in even more transportation options so that people know they have the ability to get themselves, their pets, and their belongings to the shelter. So that, again, that is eliminating one of the reasons that people are not using the shelter.
All set? Okay, Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I like the question about no deal based on size. When I was doing the numbers too, I thought you should get a better deal for 50 than 20. I mean, come on, but I understand the amount of staff and all that good stuff. So I get that. One thing I know that you're looking for is direction. I think 35 beds is a great spot to start as far as a structure that we're going to be building. I also like Councilmember Franklin's idea of on the interim, let's get some more beds. I mean, hey, the more beds we have available, the better. So if we have support to get some more beds and La Posada is offering them, let's see if we can fill them up. The whole reason, in my opinion, why we're even trying to build a facility in Vista isn't so much that, we don't have all these beds at these other facilities, but that, like you said, only 70% of those beds are being used. And I feel like a lot of that reason is because of their location. And I think having an actual facility in the city will help service the homeless population within our city. So as far as the direction that you're looking at on item C, I'm going to say go with the 35 bed on the RFP. Kind of like Councilmember Franklin said, we can accommodate 20 right now. So I don't want to waste money looking at 20. Tell me what 35 looks like, and let's see how we can go from there. So that's where I'm at with that direction. And I know we still have more items. So thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is really hard because when I think about, even just looking at the list of our current unsheltered population and that demographic data that we have, several of us tonight in the previous discussion have expressed a concern about senior population. And seeing that on this list that there's 39 identified 60 plus and older individuals that are experiencing homelessness in our community definitely makes me motivated to secure shelter beds for those folks in this community. At the same time, we're also talking about these multi-pronged approach, right? I don't necessarily think that a 50-bed congregate shelter is by itself going to meet the need for our community. I think 35 beds, like Councilmember Green suggested, would definitely be a good start. And it would allow us a little bit of the flexibility to look at other options so that we can have multiple options to provide for the community in terms of shelter, including the beds that are contracted in other cities. And luckily, you know, those contracts can change, right? So maybe we have less beds now than we do in the future. And then perhaps when our shelter is fully established, we're ultimately able to change our contract with neighboring cities because we're able to meet our own needs. Who knows? There's a lot of unknowns in this situation, but based on the demographic information that was provided and based on the cost and being a little bit more conservative with what we're investing in terms of a brick and mortar shelter here in Vista, I think 35 beds is appropriate. And I don't know if this is the right point to have this conversation, but I also know that we have to consider basic case management versus harm reduction. So would you be able to provide a little bit of information about if the differences between those services is going to come to the proposals, or if it's something that we get to decide tonight and you're looking for direction tonight?
So for tonight, we're specifically on this item, we're looking for direction on the maximum capacity of the beds. For the operational cost and funding, you can outline a preference if there's a preference amongst council. We also just want to reiterate and make sure the RFP is very clear as far as what funding and operational cost could look like, and to note that there are a variety of options available. And we will be evaluating each of the proposals based on their operational funding plan.
Yes, thank you. And so to be clear, if we were to give direction on a maximum of 50 beds tonight, that still allows for a potential provider to come back to us with a proposal for 20 beds. Is that the case? Or would it be planned for 50 beds?
Correct. It's a maximum capacity.
Okay. So with that information, I'm prepared to approve 50 beds if it actually expands how many, the kinds of proposals that we're able to get. I don't think that, since it's a maximum amount, we're not, forcing ourselves into committing to 50 beds, but we're expressing an interest in, that for me would be the maximum for sure. However, depending on the costs, the level of care, and of course the nuances of a congregate setting, is that the fewer occupants of the shelter is likely to ensure a higher quality of care and a more comfortable, familiar environment, right? The more people that are kind of stacked on top of each other, the more disassociative it can become for somebody that is staying in a shelter. So I would support a maximum of 50 beds, but that's with the hope and the intention that that is the maximum. And I would like to see what the proposals would look like from the 20 beds to the 35 beds, all the way up to 50 beds.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, with it being a maximum, I mean, is there a way in the RFP to say, that the range would be 35 beds minimum to a maximum of 50 beds?
Certainly, we could adjust it to whatever you determine. What we've done now is just break it into these three maximums, but we could definitely revise to a limit.
Right, because, I definitely, if there's a maximum, I want there to be a minimum. So I would be in favor of a minimum of 35 beds, a maximum of 50 beds, and it kind of being, is there a way to have it tiered in between, like when we do the RFP for the information to come back, and for it to be like, okay, at, a minimum of 35 beds is going to be X amount of dollars. And then if we do a maximum of 50 beds, it would be X amount of dollars. Could we make it specific so that way we just have more information to make a better decision?
We can certainly request that cost per bed detail.
Okay. Yeah. And I do like what Deputy Mayor Franklin stated as far as securing more beds in the interim. That it does seem like privileged information because that's the first time that I hear about this. So I definitely don't want to discourage a conversation on a much needed shelter, utilizing privileged information. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page that we are looking forward to, having this RFP and having a shelter move forward. But I think that, setting the minimum at 35, a maximum of 50, and allowing council to have a way to, really compare the costs between a minimum and maximum, I think is just better for us because it's more information. So thank you.
I have a question. It looks like is this the yearly cost?
So these are estimates, yes, of yearly costs.
And is there a line item in our budget somewhere that covers this? Is this money we have to come up with somewhere, or is this something that we already have set aside some money for this?
We do not currently have this outlined in our budget. What we would be asking for each proposer is to present their budget and present the gap funding that they would be requesting from the city.
Okay, so there is some money available to fill in for some of this, right? There's grants for this? No?
We are asking for each proposer to include a funding plan that could include grants or private donations and other local funding sources.
Okay, and then the other thing is, when we're talking about this, where's this going to go? Is there a building, or do we have to buy a building, or do we have to build a building, or where is the shelter going to go?
So we do have one of the key elements to discuss, including the facility.
Oh, okay.
And Mayor, if I can jump in, even though it says C there, funding, we're really on section B on bed count, and then we will get into more particulars on maybe the lack of funding or what we're looking for from the providers.
Okay, because I'm thinking, so in addition to this amount, then we also have to know what we have to buy something or build something for it. So, okay, so Deputy Mayor Franklin.
It just occurred to me, I think we're looking at this all wrong. We don't need to fix the number of beds today because really what we're talking about, when we talk about the number of beds, we're talking about staffing. That's the thing that costs. The bed itself is a couple $100. There's two things we need to consider. One is the size of the facility. In other words, what's our maximum expansion capability? I think clearly, probably we agree that 50 should be the number of beds that fit into the facility comfortably. But then I think we want in the RFP for the operator, looking away from the structure, the physical building for a second, I think we do want to see from all the RFPs 20, 35, and 50 beds, because the council should have the opportunity at some fixed interval, be it 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, we ought to have the ability to, within the minimum capacity and the maximum capacity, the council ought to have it based on current budgetary constraints and based on demand for these beds. The council is going to want to have the ability to come back and adjust the number of beds available, but we want to make sure that the facility accommodates that larger number of beds so that future councils have these options. So for me, and I hope, even though I know we've all kind of been hurt on this, I think this is super important. So we didn't talk about building capacity versus annual operating proposal. And I really think we need to all be heard really quickly on this. I would like the building to fit 50. and I'd like to get the proposals for 20, 35, and 50 annual operating so that we can talk about what we want to start with. But I want a future council in consultation with the operator to have the ability to have a discussion about we need to increase the capacity from 35 to 50 or from 20 to 30, whatever it is. We should be able to have that as an ongoing conversation. So I hope there's agreement on that point.
But even, I would add, but even if you got a facility that only took 20 beds right now, you could always, if we owned it, you could always build onto it to increase it to 50. You know?
You could, but you really would probably have a greater cost savings if you were to build it initially versus building a modular type facility and coming back. That's probably going to be much more expensive, would be my thinking.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, or not Deputy Mayor, Councilmember Joe, I can't quite get by.
Hey, just Joe. Just Joe's good.
Comes out for some reason. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much. No, I just wanted to speak to Deputy Mayor Franklin's point there. Yeah, I like the idea of the structure being able to have a capacity to house 50, but I definitely want the RFPs to, come in. I mean, I'm fine with 20, 35, 50. We can look at all of the options, but I do think the structure should have the capacity to house 50 beds, even if we start with less. So like Deputy Mayor Franklin said, in the future, if we need to increase the amount of beds, we already have the structure that can accommodate it, and we don't need to do a big RFP for a construction project again and all that good stuff. And hopefully we can get the grants and some grant money right now to build the structure and the facility that we need right now, and we don't have to go back to it later. So yeah, I'm good with that. I think that makes sense from Sylvia, from John's perspective. Thank you.
Okay, Sylvia, so now I guess we can move on because or Deputy Mayor, did you have something else? I see your hand still up, maybe. No?
Okay, so to recap, we'll revise that section to have a minimum of 20 to 50 with the proposal including cost for all bed counts. And that will be a council decision in the direction of which amount we go to. I would also just like to note that in discussing the proposal and RFP with providers, Operation Hope also noted that they are also in the process of expanding their capacity as well, and an interest in expanding capacity with the city and the shelter contract. So next slide is actually, if you could go back one more slide. There you go. This slide provides an overview of the RFP funding section, and this is page 3 of the RFP. The city does not have an allocated budget for the acquisition, construction, or for ongoing operations of the shelter, and proposals will be required to develop a funding plan utilizing current and upcoming funding opportunities such as home key, private grant dollars, and other local funding sources. The funding plan should be clearly outlined in the project budget, and the city will support the selected provider in submitting applications for funding. Proposers are required to identify the gap funding requested from the city for the successful implementation and ongoing operation of the shelter. Next slide is continued. We went over this range, but it is just again to note that there are a variety of funding options available for the development of a shelter. Resources are scarce for ongoing operational costs, and the annual operating cost for shelters do vary depending on the level of care that is provided. And we went through these costs, so I won't go back over them. But shelters that focus on harm reduction strategies and provide specialized stabilization and supportive services for people experiencing homelessness with co-occurring substance abuse and mental health conditions is on the higher end of the $125 per night. Staff will evaluate each proposal on its own merit and weigh heavily on the ability for the shelter to have a long-term viability and financial strength. Operational funds are scarce, and putting forth a valid budget with sustainable funds will be rated highly. Are there any questions or concerns to edit information in the funding section?
I have a question.
Councilman Contreras is ahead of you there. Had a hand up first.
Thank you. I do want to state that if there were ever a good way to utilize our cannabis sales tax revenue that we receive as a city, it would be to put it towards harm reduction in our community. And this is a way to do that. And I think that we definitely can dedicate, if we have a will on this council of the majority, that we could dedicate funds to ensure that any gap funding could be provided for this to materialize. That's all.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Sylvia with regard to harm reduction. Now, I've been reading a lot of articles that talk about harm reduction, but I'm not sure that the context that I've been reading about is the same that we've been talking about tonight. So I'd like you to, and I think someone else already asked, but I'd like to hear a basic synopsis of why you use the words harm reduction and what that means to us in this context.
Sure, it's a generalized term for more intensive services, and it's more intensive medical and psychiatric care to help people experiencing homelessness who are also experiencing mental health crises.
Yeah, I think that's incredibly important. I just want to reiterate with the number of people who are facing addiction and severe mental illness, I do not believe we can build this facility and not provide for the mental health needs and the addiction recovery needs of the people who would be utilizing it.
That's all the speakers I see, Sylvia.
Okay. So in summary, this section will remain as is. We will note for future staff meetings and for future discussion that Councilmember Contreras noted cannabis revenue as something to explore moving forward as a funding source, and Councilmember Franklin, harm reduction would like to ensure that harm reduction is included in the funding cost.
And I just want to say that I am also 100% in favor of harm reduction. It's needed in the community.
All right, moving on to the next section, the facility. So the provider is responsible for securing the facility and coordinating the necessary city entitlements, environmental requirements, and/or lease agreements as necessary. The provider shall be responsible for all new construction or tenant improvements, including preparing architectural, structural, and engineering drawings, obtaining building and utility permits from the city, constructing the physical improvements, and ongoing building maintenance. The city has identified a list of city-owned properties that may be eligible properties for a shelter. All sites would require a zone change and a special use permit. Each site listed does not guarantee viability for a project, and a thorough analysis of each site should be conducted by proposers. And any applicants that are interested in identifying a city-owned property would need to contact the Housing Division and work with the city to proceed. Before we, next slide, I'm sorry, continue.
Councilman Melendez has something.
Sure. Would you like to continue after?
I can wait until you're done with this section.
Sure.
Deputy Mayor, did you want to add something? Deputy Mayor?
Yes. I'm sorry. I just need to note that I think we're using the harm reduction term in the wrong way. I'm just looking at a couple of definitions online that match with my own reading about harm reduction. So, I want the minutes to reflect my comments accurately. I'm in favor of mental health services, addiction treatment services. We need to have a conversation about harm reduction, but harm reduction is something much more related to what our philosophies are and what our approach is towards narcotic drug users. We can have that conversation, but I think we're using the term inaccurately, and I want the minutes to reflect my comments accurately. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, Councilmember Melendez up there on top.
Yes, I just wanted to know, Sylvia, a little bit more about this, that the proposers will be using to determine the right facility. Do we know much about how the locations are going to be analyzed in order to determine if they're fit for a shelter, or is that up to each proposer?
So that was one of the direct comments we received from a provider, to include language why they're determining that site is the best fit for a shelter, and to identify the resources that are available surrounding that shelter.
Right. So if we get two proposals and they're suggesting two different sites, then, you know, whoever's making a strongest argument for their particular site might have a stronger proposal.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yes. You know what? I just have a question, Deputy Mayor Franklin, because it seems like there might be red flags going up for him when we are talking about harm reduction. And I want to know if that's because a lot of times harm reduction is also referring to a safe needle program. So I just want to know a little bit more about what we mean by harm reduction, because that way all of us can be on a level playing field. I am in support of harm reduction in all forms. However, I understand that some of my colleagues may not be on the same page. So do we have a definition that will be utilized that can be shared with the council at this time?
Is that a question for staff or Councilmember Franklin?
Yeah, that's an incredibly important question.
Both. Yeah, because I feel like that's the, and I'm not sure if I'm misinterpreting, Deputy.
No, you're not.
Okay, yeah. So, because I saw the difference, right? And in hearing your comments, I'm like, okay, I think maybe what's sending a alarm off might be that a lot of times when we utilize the term harm reduction in its contemporary form, it is a multitude of things, which include reducing the harm of those who are utilizing syringes for different purposes, and that there's a exchange program or something like that. I, for one, am in favor of, at minimum, at El Corazon Senior Center in Oceanside, at their senior center, they actually have a deposit box for used syringes, which I think is really important. I know my grandma, is getting insulin, and when I asked, hey, what are you going to do, to dispose of the needles, it's like, oh yeah, I have to dispose of them. So, can we just I just want to create some common ground definition, so that way our RFP can be specific, and we don't go, a few meetings down the line and then we have an argument about what harm reduction is. So, but one, I would like, if you can, Deputy Mayor, to just clarify what your red flags are. And then if we can also, if there's like just a common definition for harm reduction and how we're going to put it in our RFP. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, then it's up to you.
Sure. Yeah. In San Francisco right now, shelters are pursuing what's being labeled as a harm reduction model. And at its maximum harm reduction can include essentially supervised use of drugs. It includes, supervision, distribution of all necessary materials for the consumption of narcotic drugs. It includes supervision and administration of Narcan and medical for those who overdose. One service provider was even quoted as saying, right now we can't provide the drugs because it's federally illegal, but if we could find a way around that, we'd like to. So at its ultimate conclusion, there are those who are saying, look, heroin that's being available or methamphetamine that's available on the streets is laced with fentanyl, and it is, and it's an absolute epidemic, and it's something we ought to be talking about. It's actually an issue that I care about and I'm working on. It's not for this conversation, but the question of whether or not we should be providing narcotic drugs to people because the drugs that they may be purchasing could be laced with fentanyl, that's going too far for me. How far do we go in the continuum of harm reduction? And I'm just reading from Harm Reduction International, HRI.global. You can all go take a look at that organization, which I know very little bit about other than my Google searching, and you can see how they define harm reduction. But the term harm reduction should not be used. As we've said, it is a nondescript term. We should use much more carefully defined terms so that we all agree what it is that we are talking about here. Our shelter, I am sure we all agree, should be low barrier, which means that those persons who are presently addicted to and presently consuming narcotic drugs would be allowed to find shelter there. But then you go from there. The next step is to be able to use drugs openly, to use drugs and share with others at the facility, for us to provide the materials for people to use drugs, or I should say the paraphernalia. And then, from there, medical supervision, resuscitation for overdoses. And then again, the final step in what I'm reading about harm reduction is actually supplying the drug so that we have some belief that it's a pure drug. Perhaps beyond that, we could even administer the drug to people in some, so that they don't overdose themselves. So, I mean, if a 16-year-old child walks in and says, hey, I'm a heroin user and I want to get a dose, are we going to inject this person with heroin? I mean, it's not ridiculous because these are the articles that are being written and these are the types of policies that are being implemented in the state of California. And those are the kind of policies that we're not going to find agreement on if that's what we're talking about here. So I don't like the word harm reduction because apparently it's not descriptive enough. I think, what I said is I want to have a nurse to provide basic medical treatment to people. I want to have a mental health services provider to provide mental health services. I want to have addiction recovery services available. And I agree that the facility needs to be low barrier. When we go past low barrier to we're going to have congregate drug sharing, to me, that's gone too far. I cannot support that. I will not support an RFP that includes that. And I think the community will come positively unglued if they think that that's what this council supports. So I mean that we need to very carefully examine the use of that word.
Mayor, if I could jump in at this point, I know Sylvia was trying to give a general definition or perspective, but maybe we could have Amanda or Sylvia give you kind of more of the formal definition of what would be expected at the shelter in terms of harm reduction to go forward.
I use a word that is so loaded, that is so poorly defined. Why not simply define? I mean, we are writing in a comprehensive document. We're going to spend millions of dollars and we're going to establish a policy here that is of the utmost importance to our community. We will use descriptive language. We will not use language that is nebulous, undefined, and leaves openness. I demand there will be specific language governing the policies that is non-negotiable.
We can definitely explore the language, but just to let you know, the model that we used was the actual San Diego Housing Commission, City of San Diego Harm Reduction Interim Shelter, which does provide low barrier shelter services with specialized stabilization and support services for individuals experiencing unsheltered homelessness with co-occurring substance use and mental health conditions. There's no drug use that's actually happening on the actual facilities. They actually have regulations that do not allow drug use, but it does require a client engaged, involved care as well. So it's just a higher level of care where county health behavioral services is actually there on site, opposed to being a case manager. It's actually mental health services and substance abuse services as well. So it's an elevated level of care. If harm reduction is a terminology that's too vague or can come loaded with other terminologies, we're open to changing that, but what we're suggesting is a level of care that provides outreach engagement, multidisciplinary of care coordination, really kind of that just services that can really help change someone's life and get them on track and be more of that health centralized in one location as well, where they're not having to be referred out to other locations.
And I would also note that in the RFP, there is a required management plan that every proposer would have to include, which would define harm reduction, but also include a on-site regs or regulations for all clients, eliminating the option for on-site drug use.
Oh, I see everybody wants to talk here. So Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I would like to offer a suggestion. So I come from a social work background, and we use words like harm reduction and co-occurring a lot to describe the states of people who are participating in these kinds of programs. I agree with Deputy Mayor Franklin about changing the language, not because I necessarily agree with his attitudes towards harm reduction. I believe harm reduction can save lives, and harm reduction references anything from waiting an hour after your drink before drinking another one to using test strips to see if there's fentanyl in your drugs. So every effort that you can make to reduce the harm to your body when using illicit substances or drugs and alcohol, it could be considered harm reduction. However, in this case, I think that our city staff has already provided a really great description of what we want to see at the shelter. So, Amanda, I think you just read that this provides specialized stabilization and supportive services for individuals experiencing homelessness with co-occurring substance use and mental health conditions. I recommend that we change harm reduction to co-occurring case management. So we'll have basic case management and we'll have co-occurring case management. And that's a term that is broadly used in the social work community to describe working with an individual who has co-occurring conditions such as a mental health or behavioral health conditions, such as a substance use disorder. So I think if we were to change the language from harm reduction to co-occurring case management to describe those kinds of services that are going to be offered, that would be accurate and along the lines of industry standards of what is expected from those kinds of services. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Sorry, my mouse was on the wrong screen. It was hard to get my voice on. Anyway, thank you so much, Councilmember Franklin, Councilmember Melendez, and Contreras, and hi, Rita. I like what John said as far as no supplying of supplies for paraphernalia, no use of drugs on premises. But like Katie said, it sounds like the RFPs that come in will be very specific and that the model that you're using doesn't allow for drug use in the facility or free paraphernalia, given out or instructions on how to do drugs. One thing that I heard that Councilmember Franklin said on the harm reduction was the Narcan training. And I think that the co-occurring case management verbiage Good word, Councilmember Melendez. If that is the industry standard and that, kind of encompasses what we're trying to accomplish, I would definitely be okay with that verbiage. But I do want to make sure, kind of like Councilmember Franklin said that this isn't a place where people are coming to, necessarily do drugs. And as a city, we're not providing drugs and providing how to. And I think we're trying to get them off, not keep them on. So that's my take on this. Good job, Katie.
Councilmember Contreras.
I also want to support the language that Councilmember Melendez is bringing forward. I think that's why it's so important to have, diverse backgrounds representing this constituency, because, I'm not well versed in case management and all these different verbiage. So I'm 100% in support of changing the language from harm reduction to, I'm sorry, I have brain fog. I can't even remember the term that she said. This is the hardest thing about COVID is this brain fog right now, but I'm 100% in favor of that. But I also would be in favor of harm reduction strategies where Narcan and naloxone are also available in case there's a situation of, a relapse or whatever the case might be, because that's literally saving someone's life. So that's my 2 cents again.
Okay, and so Katie, Councilmember Melendez, you still wanted to say something?
Oh, no, I'll take down my hand.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to say, following up on my passionate comments, when it comes to harm reduction, I'm 100% willing to engage and most likely supportive of Narcan training. I probably would be very supportive of fentanyl test strips. I would certainly want to assist people who unfortunately are not going to voluntarily try and get off of heroin or meth, to help them prevent dying from a fentanyl dose. I think that's a good idea. But when we get into a discussion of supplying the actual paraphernalia for use in injecting drugs, and the further supervised use and all this, I mean, there's a continuum in this conversation, and there's a point that we can cross and go too far. But I think the fentanyl test strips, so this is why I want to have a conversation, and I want my colleagues to know that I'm not closed-minded. I'm willing to discuss these things, and there are areas where we can find common agreement, and I want to have those conversations. Since there are important elements of that can save people's lives, and I want to save people's lives too. I don't want any more people to die of overdose needlessly. So if there's things that we can do to stop that, I want to have that conversation. But, again, the fine line between preventing overdose and enabling is an important thing in my mind. And I think it's important to a lot of the people in our community.
I agree with you. And thank you to Councilmember Melendez for that term. I like your term, to change the term to that. So, back to Sylvia.
All right. So in summary, referring back to the harm reduction on the previous section, that will be changed to co-occurring case management, and we'll remove harm reduction language. Continuing on with the facility, this slide outlines the city's development code, which permits new emergency shelters by right in C2, C3, and M1 under specified conditions. And additionally, the C1 zone allows for one emergency shelter within the entire zone with a special use permit, not to exceed 50 beds. This is where Operation Hope currently operates. Any locations outside of these zones would be required to go through a zoning amendment process. And this process includes hearings, public hearings, and a review by the Planning Commission and City Council. And this is a map of those zones. And at this point, I'll take any questions or concerns to edit the facility section.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I think we should have a discussion about what community engagement we're going to do. when we get to the point where we've got a proposal, where we've identified a parcel of land, where we're going to build something, what do we feel is an appropriate community engagement strategy? We've talked about, our efforts to notify residents. We want the neighborhood to have buy-in. We want the people that live in the area to know about it, not feel that they were not considered. So I'd like to have a conversation about that and hear from my colleagues on that.
And I'm sorry if I could jump in, council member, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Franklin. At this point, we'll definitely develop that plan. We are, staff, we are a little nervous on what type of response we'll get back and what locations will be available. So depending on where, we haven't identified any specific locations. So our RFP proposals did say that this is a little bit more of a difficult RFP for people to apply for than a normal RFP because we haven't identified any funding sources and we haven't identified any locations. So that's not to say that we're not going to get people to apply. We do hope that people do apply, but working on that engagement plan, we would also hope to work with the proposal person who's proposing the project as well, because we're hoping that they've engaged in other different shelters in the past, and they've already gone through this process. So we do help to develop more of a plan for outreach when we actually are able to get someone on board as well. But welcome for comments as well.
And to add on to what Amanda said, we're also hoping not to tip anybody's hat in terms of a provider or a potential provider on a specific site that maybe broadcast that the city's interested in, and it might increase the price of trying to obtain that site. So just be cognizant of that, please.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Well, to speak to Amanda's concerns, if we find that we're not receiving adequate proposals or any proposals at all, and one of the barriers for us is a lack of a definitive site, then I imagine that sometime in the future, we may need to, as a body and as leadership, determine that for ourselves. But looking at these maps here, I see a lot of opportunities in my district, in District 3. So speaking to your concern, Deputy Mayor Franklin, I'm about to get my little walking shoes on and go flyer and knock on some doors and let folks know that we're going to advocate for some real solutions for homelessness. So I don't think that it's going to be a super hard sell as long as we keep engaging with people along the process. I know that some of the concerns that come from citizens and residents is that they weren't really involved in the process. And I definitely am committed to making sure that people not only feel like they're actively involved in the process, but taking measurable steps to increase people's participation in this process. So if I can get my walking shoes on and go knock doors in District 3, I'm happy to do that all over the city if there is an identified site and we want to get as much public engagement as possible to make this a successful shelter operation.
And we're happy if the council wants to include a community engagement plan for the provider to submit to us. And obviously the council would have a say in that before it occurs.
Deputy Mayor.
I think that's exactly what I'm asking for, is a community engagement plan. And, look, I would say, we say as a council, we're not going to be extorted by somebody who has a piece of land for sale. If somebody's going to play games with us, we saw this on a recent deal where we tried to buy a piece of land to make a park. They want to double what they paid for it. And we said, you know what, forget about it, because we're not going to do business with people that do business that way. And let's just make it known right now from our council that anybody tries to extort us, and they're going to be out of luck because we're going to go somewhere else. So don't try it. But we can't buy a piece of land in a secret vacuum. The community is going to know about it, and it is what it is. But if people aren't going to deal fairly with us, then we don't deal with them. But the community has got to know what's going on here, and they got to be fully consulted. And so I don't see how we're going to be able to acquire a piece of land in secret. I don't think that works.
I don't think, just to respond, I don't think it's going to be in secret, but I think if it's thrown out right now that the council has a certain piece of land that they'd like to see developed, I think it gives, it puts the providers that are going to submit at a disadvantage. At some point, yeah, the property's got to be evaluated. It's got to be approved by the city council, but we're just trying to give the providers every opportunity not to get gouged.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I love the map here in the areas that are currently zoned for it. My question is, and it's probably for staff, is in the event a provider responds to the RFP and they have a property or a parcel that is not zoned properly, but they have good logic for why it would work within our city. You know, it's away from residential areas. It's not going to have a large focused impact. Because, you know, the zoning, it doesn't look like this includes like any industrial zoning or anything like that per se. It's all commercial. And is that what the M1 is? I'm unfamiliar. No, it's not. Okay, but anyways, what I'm kind of getting at is I don't want to limit them to just, you know, this particular place. If they have something in mind, you deal with a lot of providers, and they may already have their eye on a parcel per se. And as a city, our city council, after we do all of our, you know, community workshops and engagement, if it's palatable to the community, we are able to rezone any area for something like this. So I just want to make sure that, you know, I do see there's a lot of areas, but if a provider's listening and they already have a place in mind, it's going to be a, you know, not much of a focused impact. Please don't let the legend of these zones deter you from submitting the perfect project to our city, because we know we have a high bar for what we're doing here. We're definitely breaking the mold with all the different things we're going to be putting in our, you know, facility here. So I just want to make sure that if there is a perfect location that is a block or two outside of this particular zoning, or it's a spot they think makes sense, I'm open to any make sense spot within my city, as long as the residents are, you know, we contact the community and there's proper engagement. And, you know, I think like Councilmember Melendez said, as long as we include the community in the decision, it should be received with welcome arms, because they understand the problem that we're up against and the, you know, the work that we have ahead of us. Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras.
I am 100% in line with, I almost said it too, not Deputy Mayor, but Councilmember Green. And, you know, I don't want to limit the success of this proposed shelter because of limitations on zoning. And, you know, we have so many different, we're 19 square miles. So, you know, maybe there is a piece of land, a building, or whatever the case might be, that, you know, the RFP, those that are submitting their proposals, you know, identify and it makes sense. So I definitely don't want zoning to be a barrier for us building the shelter in the first place. But having that community engagement plan, I think, is extremely important. And, you know, there are going to be people who are always going to be against the shelter, but there's a lot of people who understand that this is a step in the right direction. So opening it up as much to the community as possible is going to be a benefit. So thank you.
Okay, so where are we now?
I think we have enough information to proceed if everyone has provided their feedback.
Okay, is this like, it's just need information? Is that what this is about? Is there not a vote on this? Somebody?
Correct. I don't believe there was a vote for this, but in summary, for the facility section, we will add a requirement of a community engagement plan for the provider to include in the RFP.
Great idea. Okay.
Okay.
So we'll look forward to you coming back to us. How long do you think it will be before you come back with more information?
One more section, Mayor.
Great question. That's the next section.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for the intro. The schedule is the final section for discussion. This slide outlines the requirements or the required timeline to proceed with the RFP. The process will approximately require 14 weeks to complete from start to finish, with edits to the RFP to complete within a week, to post on the city's procurement website, 8 weeks for applicants to submit their RFP, and then 5 weeks to return to council to select a contractor. This timeline here is just for reference, we can welcome your questions or any edits to information in the schedule.
Okay. Is that any other? Oh, Councilmember Contreras.
Sorry, I left my hand up.
Oh,
I'm good. Sorry.
Councilmember Green has his hand up. Or is that?
That's right, Madam Mayor. That's a new hand right there. You see that? Boom, now I got 2 of them up. No, I just wanted to say I love the schedule. You know, the quicker you get us the information, the better. The quicker we can take action as a council to implement this for our city. I think it'll make a huge difference for our residents. So thank you so much for this presentation. It was a 101-page presentation. Luckily for, the city watching and the 50 attendees, they didn't have to go through all 101 pages. The staff worked super hard on it. Tons of numbers, tons of information. So Sylvia and your team, Amanda, thank you guys so much for the presentation. And thank you for the work that you're going to be doing in the future for our community. I really, really appreciate it.
And Mayor, I should add that we still have members of the public, I believe, that want to make comments on it as well.
Oh, we do? Oh, dear. Okay. It was so long. I thought we did that. Okay. So I will turn that back to, I see more hands up. Wait. Councilmember Melendez.
I just wanted to say thank you to Sylvia and Amanda and everyone on staff. Even just being able to see a schedule in front of us is such a big deal because we've been working on this for so long. It's really nice to have the assurance, right, that these things are going to continue to progress and that our citizens that we serve are going to be able to see this shelter come to fruition. And I'm just very hopeful and prayerful that we get a lot of activity on this and have a very successful request for proposals for a shelter. Thank you so much for all your work.
I second that.
I third it.
Okay.
So just to summarize, staff will make the edits noted after each section and will proceed with the schedule outlined. So we will not be returning to council until we have proposers for council to select.
Sometime in April, it looks like, 15 weeks, maybe end of April.
Yeah. And also, we are looking for providers who do not apply to maybe assist with us also evaluating some of the proposals as well. We're looking into that.
Okay, we look forward to you coming. Great. Okay, so we move on now. Is it time? Oh no, we have to have speakers. Okay,
yes.
City Clerk.
All right. So as a reminder to our folks under public comment, you have 3 minutes to speak. The first person is someone on a phone call. Last 4 digits, 7234. Go ahead. If you please state your name.
Hi, good evening. I believe I'm scheduled for non-agenda, not this item, so I will wait until non-agenda comes up.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
All right, so then we have Justin Damasio. Go ahead, Justin.
Hi, everyone. This is Justin Domacello. I grew up going through the Vista Unified School District, well, high school and then college. But I just wanted to say that I'm very happy to see that we're making progress on a houseless shelter. I was houseless as a child in San Diego. My parents were narcotic drug users. And unfortunately, what happens too often is that the children pay for the sins of the father. And so I really want to encourage our council members who are listening here to recognize that even though my parents were meth addicts, I went on to graduate in high school, and then I went on to graduate with a scholarship with full honors from university. But I've had to fight tooth and nail to pull myself out of poverty. I've had to live in my car. I've had to live in parks and under bridges while it was raining, and I've had to go a week without food. So when we talk about houselessness and the houseless problem, I want all of you to remember that I'm going to assume none of you are billionaires. You are 3 months to 6 months of bad months away from being houseless. And I wish no one would ever know what it's like to go a week without food, like I did so many weeks and months out of the year. When school wasn't in session, the only food that I got was the elementary school breakfast and lunch option. I didn't get dinner. I didn't get hot foods. I didn't have access to a microwave or cans or can openers. And I want to remind people that we look at our houseless populations not as greedy, bad doers, but by people who have, for one circumstance or another, have had a very horrible thing happen to them, who are desperate to get out of it. And it is the most kind, Christian, and conscionable thing to envelop these people with radical love, acceptance, hospitality, and resources, because they are every bit of Vistian as you or me. I'm glad to fortunately be lower middle class and to be comfortable as a working, productive member of society. But I have to remind myself of my peers from Vista High School who didn't make that, who are 6 feet under the ground now, that didn't follow the same path I did because they weren't given the same resources or opportunity. And unfortunately, childhood poverty, childhood houselessness follows into adulthood. And that adult scenario, instead of getting to the 40 to 59 demographic we saw, more often than not, they end up dead or further displaced or human trafficked. We have the ability through the Vista City Council and through our compassionate hearts to open up a shelter to change that reality. So that way we don't have anyone dying in those situations. It shouldn't take a Goliath miracle like what I had in order to survive in our society. We have to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Holly Herring. Go ahead, Holly.
Hello there. Thank you for having me back. I am Holly Herring, and the comments I do have from listening to the conversation here is, in addition to being a homeless services provider, I'm also a commissioner on the status of women and girls. And we were having some discussion there about La Posada increasing their bed count and us contracting with them, but we need to remember we need to have equitable options for women. And La Posada is a men's shelter only. So with the limited number of beds available at Haven House, we do need to make sure we have available options for women. And, there are people that are going to say, not in my backyard, and it's my backyard too. It's my backyard, your backyard. It's the yard of the people who are currently sleeping unsheltered in it. And we talk sometimes about people from other cities coming to ours if we put really great homeless services in it. But we've been kind of doing that as a city ourselves without a low barrier shelter. We've been sending our residents in Vista without houses to other cities. And granted, we've sent some of them with checks, but not all. We do pay for those 10 beds. Staffing and social services right now is really difficult with the increase in housing costs, food costs, different things. People are having to take higher paying jobs. So when we fund this and we're looking at the proposals that come in, give a little bit of room to those providers who are having difficulty staffing their agencies and their existing shelters because they're paying $500 to $2,500 hiring and retention bonuses just to attract staffing with the right qualifications and who are highly skilled. Right now, our shelters in North County are all closed to new intakes, and they have been, some of them for weeks. And I think Haven House closed a week ago. So we're feeling a lack of shelter beds right now, and that some of it has to do with staffing. So we also have our population of younger people who are experiencing homelessness are members of the LGBTQ population. They are disproportionately represented in the younger population. So when we consider service providers, we want them to have a proven track record of delivering effective and affirming services to that population with, that they can show that they've been trained and are skilled in that. And they need to be multicultural and have a multilingual staff, and not just culturally competent, but culturally affirming. And having ADA accessible properties and services is important because a lot of these people do have disabilities and use things like walkers or wheelchairs.
Holly, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
For your comments. Next is Mary Jo Poole. Go ahead, Mary Jo.
Hello again. Yeah, I'm Mary Jo and I live in D1. I forgot to say that last time. Thank you everybody for this deep discussion on this really complex issue. I'm just gonna say folks are here in this community, right? We see them every day. They're walking in our community. I see feces, I see urine-filled bottles all around. It's disheartening to see people suffering like this. Right, I have people who sleep under a 12-inch, little area of dryness right by my house when it's raining. I don't have the heart to call. I would never call the sheriffs on them because they're sleeping. They're not doing anything harmful. I just want to say and commend Council Member Katrina Contreras, sorry about that, and Melendez for bringing their professionalism and their expertise and their knowledge to this council discussion, especially in regards to harm reduction instead of doing what appears to be a Google search from the dais during a presentation by Deputy Mayor Franklin. I hope his concerns have been answered properly. For day services, I'm going to say when I worked with people coming out of jail and prison who were not sheltered, having to leave a shelter and go someplace for 8 to 10 hours is a huge challenge to people's sobriety. So it's very, very important that they have some kind of meaningful activities in their life. Things like even like the choir from San Diego that made it to America's Got Talent. Right? Giving people a meaning and a connection to something greater in a community is what works. Okay, I thank the staff for doing their research. I don't know where the conversation has been over the past year regarding these issues. I encourage people to explore housing first because your own statistics show that 65% of the people are not substance abuse diagnosed. It seems to me, those people would be pretty amenable to housing first options, including support services. Finally, intervention to prevention, big difference. I remember talking to a man from my community here whose tools for his job were stolen. He could not work. He was in fear of becoming homeless, his family and him for becoming homeless because he could not work. $500 would have fixed this man's problems and kept him and his family sheltered. That is a drop in the bucket compared to millions of dollars to create a temporary shelter, which I'm not saying you shouldn't do that too, because you should. But don't discount the information you already have and think that everybody that is homeless is on substance abuse problems. Right? Most everybody drinks in their own houses and does drugs in their own houses, and people don't care because they can't see them. People only care because they see them, right?
Mary Jo, I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Next is Julianne Lodge. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I've been working for 22 years in Vista Unified's continuation high schools, and I'm calling to express my support for expanding the city's capacity to house families with school-age children, as well as for providing a safe parking space. In my years of teaching, I've met a surprising number of students who live in vehicles, in tents, or other types of inadequate housing or are not housed at all. I have to emphasize the impact of housing insecurity on a young person's education and personal development. If we can keep families from Vista in a safe space in Vista, it means that children remain in their home schools, and having a child move schools or even worse, switch school districts is extremely disruptive in terms of building trust, delivering services, and meeting graduation requirements. And I specifically work with students who are not meeting graduation requirements for a high school diploma, which just derails their life, you know, in so many ways. It just, so many doors close to them. And, you know, trying to meet the graduation requirements of different school districts because they've had to move so many times is devastating to building a future. So keeping Vista's children safely housed in Vista will provide them a sense of security that's essential to succeed in school and go on to become productive members of society. I've just personally witnessed that safe shelter is radically life-changing and also life-saving. And I just, Justin, if you're still listening to this meeting, thank you so much for sharing your story. I had to pull myself together to be able to speak after I heard you. And I have met many Justins in my career and many beautiful young people who deserve a roof over their heads. And through really no fault of their own. I mean, just life is complicated and we just have to withhold judgment and do our best, especially for the youth. That's all. Thank you for everyone.
Thank you. Next is Cipriano Vargas. Go ahead.
Good evening again, council members and Mayor Ritter. With that, once again, want to remind the public and members of the council that this is just one of the many tools in the toolbox to tackle this issue and must be a collective effort. And I know that the city of Vista can't do it alone. And that's why I urge you to work with providers, with the county, the state. Governor Newsom just announced, the $40 billion budget surplus. And so with the, how do we access those funds? How do we make sure we tackle this issue? I know that there's a lot of investments on homelessness, on housing. And so how can we be proactive? I know that, in the past, Councilmember Contreras has lobbied and advocated with Assembly Member Tosser Bruno Horvat. But with, I read an article earlier this week from the UT San Diego, and I see, the city of Oceanside is getting $3.2 billion. And I know we're getting funding from ARPA. I know we're getting funding on the infrastructure bill, but how do we get those fundings to go into the areas of need? And so with that, I urge this council to advocate to get those resources and to ultimately get the funding that's going to make an impact in our community. As it relates to the RFP, I would definitely urge the council to look at the outcomes. And part of it is, we definitely want to reduce homelessness in our community. But if we are seeing homelessness increase in our community, then we're not doing it right. And so collectively, what can we do? This is just one agenda item, but this should be an agenda item on every single city council because the problem is not going to be solved overnight. And as you can see, we're here, 3 hours into the meeting. The conversations are robust, and we need to have more conversations on harm reduction, conversations on inclusionary housing, conversations on transportation. This shelter should be close to a public transportation site so that people can get access to the resources, access to work. These are all work in hand collectively, and one can't do it alone without the other. So I urge this council to look at that. I look forward to seeing the RFPs, and thank you for moving this forward. Councilmember Melendez, you're doing a phenomenal job, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Next is Jim Riggenbach. Go ahead.
I just wanted to thank everybody for a thoughtful, thorough discussion. And I also want to recommend that everybody reach out to Holly Herring. She's an expert in the field. I think I just lost my mic. No.
You're on.
So I hope you don't just limit your feedback from her to 3 minutes at a council meeting. She's got a ton of information, a ton of experience. I've talked to her before. She's totally willing to talk to anybody about this. And so I would just recommend everybody reach out to her as you keep going. It sounds like you're headed in the right direction. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. We do not have any other speakers, so we will close the opportunity to speak on this item at this time.
Okay, and I think that, Councilmember Melendez, do you want to talk again?
Yes, I just have one comment about the structure of the meeting. So for such a robust conversation like this, I really appreciate that the staff has been allowing us to kind of break it down and kind of go portion by portion so we can really discuss each element thoroughly. But unfortunately, that has resulted in us missing public comment at the beginning. So if it were to be possible, I know typically we like to do a staff presentation and then receive public comment and then have a council discussion. But for a discussion like this, where it's kind of mixed throughout the council discussion and the staff presentation, I think it would really behoove us to allow for the public comment at the very beginning before we get into the staff presentation. Simply for meetings where we are going to be breaking it down in this way, just because I love to hear what everyone has to say and I want to be able to consider everyone's comments in how we move forward. And so that would just be my one piece of feedback.
Okay, so I guess moving on, I guess that's the last speaker I see. We'll move on to our next discussion item. That is D3, which is a preliminary review. Hold on, let me get my glasses on for this. A preliminary review of proposed general plan amendment and zone change at the northwest corner of Sunset Drive and Skyhaven Lane. And so with that, let me see, I'm going to turn that over to, holy cow, I got all my stuff messed up here. Community Development Director John Conley is going to provide the staff report, followed by a presentation by the applicant. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise hand feature or pressing the star 9 now, and speakers will be called upon after the staff presentation. So I'll try and remember to do that this time. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a revisiting of a general plan amendment and zone change request that came to you back in September of last year for property on Sunset Drive, just south of Emerald. Kathy, do you have the slideshow? Okay, thank you. If you go to the next slide, please. The site is shown here on the slide. It's 2 properties. It's technically 3 parcels, but 2 separate sites that are split by the driveway that serves the Green Valley Mobile Home Park. It's off of Sunset, south of Emerald and Hacienda, just southeast of the Costco facility, near the city's western boundary, northwest of the intersection of Sunset and Skyhaven, which is on the southern boundary of the property, and the Green Valley Mobile Home Park to the west. The Buena Vista Creek Channel runs along the northern portion of the property. The current general plan designations on the properties, the northerly property is designated commercial general, and the southerly property is medium high density residential. And the corresponding zoning to the north is C1 and the south is RM15. Next slide, please. This is just an aerial view of the site. That's a recent aerial photo that shows the 2 properties with the driveway that splits. You can see the Green Valley Mobile Home Park to the west. The southerly property has an existing house that's vacant, and the northerly property is undeveloped with the creek channel that runs along the northern portion of the site. You can see the intersection of Skyhaven and Sunset in the lower portion of the slide. Next slide, please. So this applicant brought a project forward to the council for discussion in September of last year to look at a preliminary proposal for a 55-unit attached townhome project. It was proposed as 9 3-story buildings and included the use of a density bonus. Following the discussion, the council asked the applicant to go back and meet with some of the neighboring property owners or residents in the area and consider some changes to the project. So the applicant held a community meeting in December, received some feedback from adjacent residents, and revised their project to what's before you this evening, which is a proposal for a 38-unit attached townhome project. It would not be a 3-story project. It would all be 2-story buildings, 10 2-story buildings in total. And the proposal meets the city's multifamily parking requirements. It's also proposed as a market rate development, so there would be no affordable units and there's no density bonus requested in the revised proposal. Next slide. So this proposed preliminary project would require a general plan amendment only on the northern parcel. The southern parcel is designated as multifamily, and it allows a density up to 15 units per acre. So they're not proposing to change the zoning and general plan on the southern property, only the northern property that's designated for commercial. So the proposal is for the change from commercial general to medium density residential, which would allow up to 10 units per acre at a residential configuration. And the same for a zone change from commercial C1 to multifamily residential RM10, again, allowing up to 10 units per acre. As I mentioned, the southerly 1.2 acre lot would maintain the existing general plan and zoning. And those are shown on the next slide. On the left is the upper left is the existing general plan. You can see the commercial general and medium high density residential designations. The lower left shows the proposed general plan amendment to medium density residential on the northern parcel. On the upper right shows the existing zoning, and the lower right again shows the proposed zoning, the northerly parcel being rezoned to RM10 and the southerly parcel maintaining the RM15 designation. Next slide, please. This is the applicant's revised proposal. I know they have a separate presentation prepared to walk through with the council to define some of the changes that were made and give you some idea of what's proposed in this preliminary application. And so I'm not going to get into too much detail. As I mentioned, 2-story product, 10 buildings, 38 units, fully parked, and would develop both sites with access onto Sunset Drive. So these requests are always are at the discretion of the city council. They require a formal recommendation by the planning commission. As you know, staff brings all of these preliminary requests for general plan amendments and zone changes before the city council to discuss the item and allow the council to provide the applicants some input. And so with that, that completes my presentation, and staff is requesting to provide input to the project applicant, which is Legacy Partners and Dave Pinto. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, and is Dave here to make the presentation?
I am here. Good evening.
So I will turn it over to you.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is Dave Pinto. I'm here on behalf of Legacy Partners, the project applicant. I will be a little redundant in what you just heard, but I'll go quickly. I know it's getting late. This is our second pre-screen hearing. The first was held in December, and during that meeting, we learned our proposal, was not favored, and the suggestions and criticism from the speakers and council members were kind of the following: traffic, too dense, no to the 3 stories. Both the density and the 3 stories were out of character for that neighborhood, and the parking variances were not favored. So we've gone back to the drawing boards, as you heard, and we've revised the proposed project. And the following updates here that you'll see on the slide, we've reduced, 30% home reduction from 55 to 38 homes, a 17 home reduction, all now 2 stories from 3, meeting all parking and open space requirements. And, that west parcel where we are requesting the general plan and rezone is, down to the same land use as Green Valley and a lower land use as Santiago. This slide is just a brief update on the community meeting. We met back in December. 12 residents from our neighboring communities, Green Valley and Santiago, attended. It was a constructive meeting. It was nice to spend time to better understand, the residents' concerns and really understand, their issues with the traffic and their egress issues, and kind of walk them through our plan and our revisions. So we learned about the traffic and the safety getting out of their communities. We also heard about homeless issues along the creek bed and also entering their properties. We also heard about water runoff during heavy rain events. It runs along Sunset and across this undeveloped site. So we got into discussions about the following: the revised plans. We discussed elevation types, kind of styles that they may like, potential options and preferences. And then we got into the components of each parcel. So the southern parcel, as John highlighted, is already zoned RM15. We walked through that. It allows for density up to 18 units by right, and we're proposing 14 there. And then the northern parcel is the request for the general plan. And we talked about, the 24 units of what we're proposing and how that compares to what's allowed under existing zoning. From a traffic standpoint, we did engage a traffic engineer. They ran some quick analysis. And it, in our proposed 24 units versus what's allowed, would generate 336 less daily trips, 59 and 50 AM, PM less trips. We talked about the massing and less height. And we also talked, importantly about that this is just a that we were going to come back in front of council, and that this pre-screen process is only really, it doesn't approve anything. It just allows us to proceed with our application, and it gives us an opportunity to work with staff, get the appropriate studies done, hire experts, the engineers and consultants to find solutions and improve those existing traffic conditions along Sunset. And we also, a lot of them did not know that the project over in the city of Oceanside on the southern side of Skyhaven, that project was conditioned with a traffic signal there. So whenever they proceed with that development, that there was, traffic light going to be installed there. So just on the last slide, these are some highlights of, project benefits. So again, what we're proposing on the request for the general plan amendment rezone parcel, west or the northern parcel, it does generate a lot less daily trips and AM PM less trips. It's got a lower scale and massing of what could be built there under existing zoning, 35 feet versus our 28 feet, and then down to the eaves it's 20 feet. It's more consistent now with Santiago and Green Valley that we dropped the density. I think having home ownership there will help mitigate or deter homeless along that creek. We will have an HOA that will, pay into cleaning up the creek periodically in perpetuity. And, we'll have civil engineers that will design fully sustainable water quality management systems. We're going to underground those distribution lines, and we're going to spend, it's very raw out there today. So there's a lot of right-of-way improvements along Sunset. There's an 8-foot dedication. There's road widenings going to be done there. So in closing, we do agree that there's traffic, among other things, that will need to be studied during this project review. And we have the resources to do this. And again, the existing zoning for projects that would generate more traffic. So with us and the recommendations made by planning and the traffic department, the city has an opportunity to improve conditions here and slow traffic and make for safer egress out of these communities. So we pledge, to work closely with city staff and find solutions along, for Sunset, and continue to communicate with our neighbors throughout the process. So thank you.
And I think I'll ask the city speakers first, and then go to discussion. So, city clerk.
Here we do have a few speakers. The first is Pia Romano. Go ahead, Pia.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Mayor Ritter and council members, Vista City Council members. This is Pia Romano, and I'm one of the board members of South Vista Communities. And we have a few points, some of which I think was addressed in the talk just now. And I know they did decrease the townhome number, but it still appears quite dense and crowded given where it is and the number of cars running through there every day. And it looks like there's a small open common area, but are there other amenities provided to the residents? And it seems like there should be more common areas for the residents. Number two, with the predominance of 3-bedroom units, there's definitely going to be children. And with younger children, you would need a play area, it seems to us. And for older children, they'll likely have cars. And with adults having cars and their kids having cars, it just seems not enough parking spaces are provided, and they should provide more parking spaces. And at this point, I think he addressed this, Mr. Pinto, but we feel that developers should provide curb and gutter street improvements along the full length of the development, which could also provide more guest parking spaces. Point number 4 that we were concerned about and was mentioned are what traffic calming or other traffic improvements will be required to make traffic coming around the curve where Sunset Drives meet Skyhaven much more safe. I was there today just checking it out, and the cars were flying down Sunset even in the middle of the day, which I wasn't expecting, but there were. And so it's already fairly unsafe. And with many more cars going to be in that area, it could be exponentially more unsafe. And also it was mentioned in some of the talking points that Buena Vista Creek does run through that area. It's a major drainage area of the Buena Vista Creek. And so it would require a full environmental review, which would have to address that and how they would deal with it. So these are 5 of the points that South Vista Communities is concerned about, and they did address some of it, but we're asking that the proposed general plan amendment and zone change not be approved without Legacy Park partners addressing these very important issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Debbie Goldberg. Go ahead, Debbie. Debbie, you can go ahead and speak. You're muted right now. All right. Debbie, if you can hear me. Oh, there you are. Are you there?
We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hey, if this was taking place 20 years ago, I'd be the Verizon guy. Anyway, my name is Rich Goldberg, and Debbie's husband, and we live in Green Valley. And I'm going to try and make this in 4 quick points. That the landscaping going from 3 stories to 2, it'll only make the price of the condos higher to make the project profitable for Legacy. If they don't sell, prices will have to come down, and it will go from owner-occupied to possibly rentals, and your whole demographics change. I was at the meeting they had with us, and Santiago were there, and nobody, as far as I can recall, was very happy with it. Anyway, then you have the creek. What happens during the rainfall, you get quite a lot of water down there, and you have flooding situations. It doesn't wash anything away, except the homeless people on the other side from Green Valley washes that away, but it comes back when things dry out. From what I was told, the people who lived here like 25 years ago, when Costco was put in, a lot of things have changed then. Now you have the homeless problem. You have the homeless living on the other side of the creek, posing problems to the people of Green Valley. And the settlements, as I say, get washed away during the heavy rains from November to April, but they come back as soon as it gets dry. There are homeless people by Smart and Final. This will only increase, and you're going to have vandalism and break-ins. That's the way it is. The biggest and really main problem, is the traffic. We spoke about this before. Still, with 38 condos, you will have 76 to, I think, 76 to 152 additional cars trying to enter and exit this property. And even though there's two entrances, one on north side, one on the south side, you have a lot of people coming there. And that north side one, I'm sorry, the one closest to the freeway, that's only try and get out at that point. I spoke to them and said, you have theory and then there's reality. And the reality of trying to get in and out of Green Valley or Santiago, especially with this coming in, will be horrendous. When you have people coming down Sunset at a high speed, plus the people from Skyhaven making a turn onto Sunset, you just, with all these extra cars, you're going to have a catastrophic, I think, situation. Now, with the parking, Santiago, they have a problem with parking because I noticed that a lot of their residents have to park on the street because they don't have enough parking. And with this, you're going to have people parking in our visitors spot along the street and who knows what else. Now, if that Emerald
I'm
Ridge
sorry, your
project
3 minutes
goes-
are up.
Oh, sorry. Anyway.
Thank you.
Okie dokie.
All right, that is it. We don't have any more speakers on this item, so we'll close opportunity to speak at this time.
Okay, then that takes us to Councilor Green.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And thank you to all the speakers that called in. I hope my council notices that's about 17 to 20 less speakers than last time this project came forward. And I was probably the most critical of this project coming forward initially, just because of the lack of community engagement. And this is why we do these early design reviews. The fact that this project went from a 55-unit, 3-story project down to a, 30 some odd unit 2-story project after their conversations with the community, I think is huge. I also had a lot of concerns with the traffic, and I guarantee the community that before this thing is approved in any way, we will have correct traffic studies and make sure that it's safe for our community. Being that there is a very large development going in on the corner of Emerald and Skyhaven with the city of Oceanside, they are tasked with making a lot of traffic improvements and also putting a stoplight in there. That stoplight that'll be on Emerald and Skyhaven will break up the traffic flow and lower that speed. One of the concerns I have with this project is if you look at page 6 of 9 of the agenda report, you can see the entrances to this project. The entrance on the parcel that we're rezoning has only one entrance, yet the entrance on the parcel on the other side, let's say on the east side of, the entrance to the, the mobile home has 2 entrances to it. And I feel like that's going to create a problem of people just driving through there really fast to turn around and make a U-turn. I think there should only be one entrance to each side. I would recommend a cul-de-sac on this right side development there, kind of closed off, so that you only have traffic going in this community that is local traffic and there's no cut-through traffic. Since these are going to be some 3-bedroom units, there are going to be kids that play there, and having a road that goes through like this is a U-shaped little, horseshoe U-turn is something that somebody will take advantage of just flying around a community to go back the other way. So I do think the logistics of that entrance should be changed. I spoke with the developer about it and they did say they would look into it, but I wanted to make sure my council sees that as well, that I think that is a safety concern with the development having all those different entrances. I also want to make sure that the community knows anytime we're going to rezone anything, we want to make sure there are benefits, and the benefits that, the developer didn't have in front of us before that I feel like they have now is, number one, the reduction in the units. 31% reduction in the units is huge. They're not asking for a density bonus. The safety aspect of it, they are going to go ahead and make sure, work in conjunction with the other development. There's going to be some curbs and gutters there, sidewalks so that the seniors can walk and the families can walk to the surrounding, attractions over there where they're going to be spending their money in Vista. So the walkability is going to be improved. Also the drainage, that area does flood out. They're going to have a retention basin in that area over there. They're going to have to do CEQA studies. And as kind of happened in Vista here, we had a development that was approved, an apartment complex down by the creek in our downtown. It was very controversial. It was zoned for a restaurant. Nobody wanted to have apartments and condos go in there. That was one of the biggest homeless encampment areas in our community, yet we were able to rezone that for housing. And now that's an area the community uses because there is housing there. There are families there. It is activated. It is getting used and there are eyes on it. So I feel like this development in that area will help with the homelessness issue in that area and make the quality of life for the community that's adjacent to it a little bit better. The other thing is they're going to be undergrounding power lines. I don't even know if people understand how ugly power lines are in our area, but they're going to be undergrounding those. Developers are the ones that are paying for the traffic improvements and the community and neighborhood improvements aesthetically. So having a development like this is going to slow the traffic. It is going to make it safer, and it's going to make it for the residents of the mobile home community when they're come out and hang a left now. They're going to know that there's a stoplight 1 block over to the right that's stopping traffic. So they're not going to have to jump out in front of the 50-mile-an-hour, people who are using that. That's the cut through from Shadow Ridge to Rancho del Oro. You can get from Carlsbad into Oceanside that way. You can hit in and out that way. I mean, it is a very highly used street right there. So I think the traffic mitigation measures are most important. The last thing I'll say on this project for the developer from a safety standpoint is a line of sight, all right? When our senior citizens are exiting this property, I need to make sure, and I'm looking at this on the right-hand side of my screen here, but as they're looking both ways, the way this is structured, I need to make sure that there's definitely enough line of sight for them to see what's coming and going as they exit out of this property. So just make sure the trees and the landscape and everything that you have right there doesn't impede their view to exit the property safely. So those are my comments on this, but I do want to just give a lot of credit to staff and the developer on making these changes. We used to have these come after they'd spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. And, when the guy came initially, Mr. Pinto, I advised him to put his project away. Wasn't looking good. So the fact that he engaged with the community and made some good changes, for me, I will advise you to move forward with your studies, your traffic studies, your CEQA projects. I know it's a lot of money coming out of pocket, but if you can do everything you say you're going to do for this community and make sure that the safety measures are in place and the environmental mitigations are taken care of, this is definitely something I would support. So thank you so much. I wanted to be the first to speak because I was so hard on you last time. So thank you so much for your time and work on this project.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to Mr. Pinto for your presentation. I definitely think that it's an improvement. I think that 2 stories is a little bit more contiguous with being abutted against the mobile home park. And I also think that I definitely want to be attentive to some of the traffic interventions that people are requesting. Thank you, Councilmember Green, for your noticing some of the barriers in turning for the folks in Green Valley, that the trees and the the development around that entrance and exit may be blocked. So that's definitely a concern. And I also do agree that by activating the space, by creating livable parcels, right? That it's going to reduce activity related to homelessness. But at the same time, folks do have a concern about the density. I'm not against increasing density on these parcels. I definitely would prefer having housing here versus having commercial space. However, if you look on the, I guess it would be the western parcel or the parcel to the left, the larger one, compared to the smaller parcel, the homes are way closer to the mobile home park than the other parcel. So in this smaller parcel, there's a bit of a road that goes between and keeps the townhomes from butting up against the mobile home park so closely. And on the larger parcel, it's mostly just a tree buffer. But that is one of the concerns in density. Sometimes it's not about the number of units, but how the units are arranged and how closely they butt up against other properties and other units. So, if there is any way to update the design to allow for a little bit more give along the mobile home park border, that could kind of change the perceptions of what the density feels like in the area. But I definitely think the change from 3 stories to 2 stories is welcomed, and we're still able to fit quite a lot of units in there. I also agree with Councilmember Green's comments about the 1 driveway versus 2 driveways. I'm not a traffic engineer or a designer in this way, but I do think that that's a good point, that people can sometimes cut through or make a fast U-turn. And I don't want there to be an issue with people driving into this property and just cutting through. So those are most of my comments for now. I do want to just make sure that I highlight some of the concerns of Green Valley residents. I received a letter from Green Valley residents with about 26 signatures, and the primary concern is traffic. So knowing that there's going to be a new stoplight in the area, and that we're going to be diligent with traffic interventions to make sure that, as people are flying down Sunset, that the folks from Green Valley, the folks from all the surrounding communities don't have to worry about safety issues with that. So I appreciate all the updates and, working so hard with the community. That definitely makes you go a long way. And I definitely think it's appropriate to continue to move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras.
I want to thank Councilmember Green and Councilmember Melendez for their astute observations and suggestions. I am 100% in support of everything that was just laid out for the developer to take in. As far as the HOA taking care of the creek in perpetuity, I would like some elaboration on what that actually means. Does that mean that, there's going to be trash pickup? Does it mean that invasive species are going to be removed and it's going to be more cleared out, like what we've done on Hacienda? So I do have some questions on that, but there needs to be improvements on this part of Sunset. So I'm glad to hear that there will be, some traffic mitigation. I'm not going to be a yes until I actually see the plans before me that have those mitigations. And then I also want to say that because the riparian corridor, this creek area is such an important habitat, that we enhance that habitat by ensuring that the landscaping is, a certain percentage of California native plants that are site suitable. That's really important because, we continuously lose habitat and we're not that great about putting it back. So, I would need to see, that there's a large percentage of the landscaping that's going to enhance the riparian corridor and the pollinators and the different native species that utilize that corridor. And there's just a ton of plants that can be used in landscaping to kind of, just fit this situation a little bit better. I would be in hearing Councilmember Melendez discuss the buffer between the mobile park and the mobile home park, the left larger parcel. If there's a way to have a little bit more of that green space, that's right now closer to Sunset, it makes more sense. Also, like it would feel maybe a little bit safer if there are families that have children that want to play. Perhaps there's a tot lot that can go in that area. And I think it would make sense to, kind of like what is said in permaculture, stacking functions. So you would have, more green space. It would be a buffer. It could also be safer because it's further away from traffic. Like even if there are road improvements, we understand how fast modern day vehicles can go. So I know if I had a child, I would feel safer if the open space were further from the street. So those are my recommendations. I am saddened by the fact that there is no affordable housing component. But I am getting closer to a yes on this. I'm not 100% there because I need to see those improvements in the traffic study. And I know that will be coming before council. But I think I'm like, if I had to put a percentage, I would be 75 to 85% there. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd concur with my colleagues and their comments on this project. We've seen this is the third separate proposal for housing on these two sites. I think this is the one that comes closest to having taken into account the mobile home park residents and their views and their needs. And I would ask the developer to continue to work closely with them, continue to hear their concerns. I agree with the traffic safety concerns. We need to fully address those in the traffic study. But I would definitely say that the applicant should move forward, go through the process. And I hope that in collaboration with the community and the neighbors, we'll come up with something really nice here that is the best possible development to neighbor and not be an ultra dense development that we've seen in other proposals. So I think this is ultimately a win for the neighbors. I really do.
I agree with my colleagues, and so I think they have enough direction from all of us to come back again. So with that, that ends our discussion items. And so that takes us to our oral communications. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on agency-related matters. They're not on the agenda. If any members of the public wish to address the City Council, they may indicate so by the raise hand feature or pressing *9 now. So our City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mayor, we do have a couple. The first is going to be Barbara Gordon. As a reminder, you have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead, Barbara.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Barbara Gordon, and I'm here today to share the SANDAG report from their substance abuse monitoring with data gathered from interviews with juvenile arrestees that highlight lifetime and self-reported drug use. 60% of the youth interviewed tested positive for at least one substance, with 12 being the average age of first use. Marijuana remains the drug of choice for youth interviewed, with 56% tested positive for marijuana at the time of interviews. Only 20% of those youth who had used marijuana thought marijuana could be harmful, and 100% of the youth thought it was very easy or easy to obtain. I know my work with young people and young adults that substance abuse is the biggest indicator of academic failure, which is so concerning to me on so many levels. As the city continues to permit marijuana businesses, you could be contributing to this problem by normalizing marijuana use with more access and more availability to our young people. I think protecting our youth needs to be a priority, and not favoring the marijuana industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the phone caller with the last 4 digits, 7234. You can go ahead and speak.
Good evening, City Council. I'm a mother of 3 sons, which COVID has been a devastating experience. It appears that we have marijuana businesses in Vista, whether we want them or not, and parents are almost defenseless against their advertising and promotion. I recently read in the Union Tribune on Monday a very concerning article regarding the illicit marijuana market. The article is titled Legal Illicit Blur in California Pot Market. It starts off by describing what marijuana insiders say about the industry itself. Industry leaders are not shy about stating that they work both sides of the street. One marijuana industry leader spoke of the Associated Press on the condition of anonymity to avoid possible prosecution. He goes on to explain how a marijuana company can have 2 identities, one legal and the other illicit. And I quote, "We basically subsidize our white market with our black market. This idea of selling out the back door illegally and the front door with a permit is not uncommon and has been seen throughout the state." Tonight, I ask, how well is code enforcement protecting us from these predatory practices? Is code enforcement doing regular compliance checks? Will they do reports to the City Council so that residents can be reassured? Thank you.
Caller, I'm sorry, would you state your name, please?
Oh, yes, Terry Ann Skelly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Next is Becky Rapp. Go ahead, Becky.
Good evening, Vista City Council and Mayor. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent and public health educator, deeply concerned for the future of the children and young adults living in Vista. I appreciate the discussion earlier tonight regarding year-round shelters and the costs associated with case management and mental health. Mental health seems to be a main concern for those experiencing homelessness. Shouldn't we be questioning why the significant increase of mental health issues and how it relates to drug use? A recent editorial in the Colorado Gazette was widely distributed to the national public health community called The X Factor Affecting the Mental Health of Colorado's Kids. It addressed the normalization and promotion and access to marijuana in Colorado. The author quoted Dr. Mark Johnson, head of the Colorado Medical Society. He says, I quote, "There is no question that marijuana is one of the factors in the declining mental health of our kids. We are gambling with the health and future of our teens," he said bluntly. As I speak with my colleagues in emergency medicine, physicians are seeing what some of them consider to be an epidemic of acute transient psychotic symptoms in their patients who use marijuana, particularly adolescents. Research too has shown a dose-related increase in psychosis in adolescents using marijuana, meaning the more they use, the worse the effects are. For example, marijuana is the most prevalent substance found in completed teen suicides in our state. Any contribution that the city and you, city council members, can do to educate our young people on the negative effects of drug use and how it severely complicates mental health issues and leads to a lifetime of drug addiction would be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kelly McCormick. Go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor. This is Kelly McCormick. I'm a public health educator with a focus on youth, alcohol, tobacco, and drug prevention. I'm also the parent of a college student and a high school student. As I'm sure you've experienced yourselves at some time, it's hard to convince adolescents and teens that something is dangerous when they would rather believe otherwise. It's true for messages like always wear a bike helmet with the chin strap connected. Don't stay up all night texting your friends when you have to be at school by 7:30 in the morning. And don't use marijuana because it can cause serious problems with your mental health and the way your brain develops. The marijuana industry has done a masterful job of marketing pot as a way to deal with depression or anxiety. In truth, it's worse than an emotional bypass. Marijuana causes those conditions or makes them worse for people who are already suffering. But you don't have to take my word for it. The American Psychiatric Association just published a warning about marijuana use, saying in part, given the lack of scientific support for safe cannabis use and the known adverse impacts and risk for addiction, the American Psychiatric Association opposes the use of cannabis by children, adolescents, and young adults up to age 25. This is because the brain is still developing until age 25. If we as a community truly want to take action to improve the lives of young people and reduce the likelihood they will experience a mental health crisis or an addiction, we should do all we can to make marijuana prevention a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we do not have any other speakers, so we'll close the opportunity to comment at this time.
Okay, so that takes us to our remarks. And so I will start with my remarks here. The city's hosting a free webinar tomorrow, January 26th, for nonprofit organizations interested in learning about the city's new COVID-19 relief grant program the city approved in December. So check the online calendar at cityofvista.com for information on that. Our Moonlight Amphitheater's 2022 performance schedule kicks off this weekend with the opening of its cabaret series at Club M. The first show, Ladies Who Lunch, a tribute to Stephen Sondheim, is this Saturday, January 29th, and tickets are online at moonlightstage.com. And lastly, the next public hearing on redistricting will be held during the February 8th City Council meeting at 6 p.m. Residents are encouraged to provide their input and can learn about the redistricting process and how to draw their own maps at cityofvista.com/districts or cityofvista.com/districts-Espanol. So those are my announcements, and I will go and ask everybody else their remarks. So I will start with Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate everybody who joined us tonight for the meeting to watch or to offer input. Appreciate my colleagues, all of you, for the robust discussion, and all the staff members who worked hard to prepare everything for tonight. Thank you all.
Next is Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And yeah, basically same thing. Thanks for everybody who showed up and engaged with us and spoke with us and gave us a bunch of good ideas. And then also special shout out to Amanda and Sylvia. They were on the hot seat for a while with all the homelessness and, safe parking, everything they had to do with that. So thank you so much. I truly think we have the best staff in America working for the city of Vista. So thank you guys so much, and look forward to our next council meeting, making a lot of progress for our community.
I second that. Next, Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to all my coworkers on staff. We were able to have a really robust discussion, and it's a long process, but we are moving along, and I really look forward to the outcomes. Usually I do my trash pickup on Wednesday. I will not be there. And I forgot to communicate with our wonderful team captain, Jovita. I'm not sure if she's going to be doing the trash pickup tomorrow or not. But if anybody is interested, you can always contact me, and I'm going to text her and see if she's going to be doing it tomorrow. It's at 9 a.m. at Luz Duran Park. And usually we start walking by 9:15, but seeing as though I'm sick, I'm going to be staying away from people as much as possible. And I also want to say that this Friday, we are having a virtual town hall at the North County LGBTQ+ Center. And it's at 6 p.m. It's going to be great. So anybody who wants to attend, please do. If you need any information, you can visit the North County LGBTQ Center, their website or Instagram, or you can send an email to info@ncresourcecenter.org. I hope everybody has a great night and stay safe and healthy. And I'll see you next time. Thanks.
Get well soon, Karina.
Oh, thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I don't have much to add. This was a great meeting. I appreciate everyone in this body that just contributes their feedback and their voice, because we get to have amazing discussions. And thank you to city staff for putting together such detailed presentations. And special thank you to everybody who called in tonight. It really makes a difference. It makes the conversation so much better. So I hope everyone stays well and has a really good week. Good night.
Thank you. How about our city manager, Patrick Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Two items tonight. One is on Monday, the Civic Center will fully reopen to the public. So we're happy about that. We've gotten over our Omicron issues. And so we will be fully reopened on Monday. And the second item is that on Friday, February 11th at 1 p.m., I'm pleased to announce that the city will celebrate the reopening of the Bub Williamson Park. And it's been closed for a while for major renovations. And so the public is invited to the celebration. Again, that's on February 11th at 1 p.m. And everybody will be able to see the new amenities, just witness how really great this park is going to be for the city. And I know it's been a long time coming and it's going to be an exciting day. So thank you.
How about our city attorney, Piper?
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to add this evening.
How about our city clerk, Kathy Valdez?
I'm excited to say that we are finalizing the plans for our next Leadership Academy. And so early next week, we'll post that, but it'll start early March. So we're glad to be getting another one in. Thank you.
With that, everybody, I think we see no other people that want to talk. I'm going to adjourn us. So we are now adjourned.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Happy Taco Tuesday.
Good night, everybody.
Tuesday, yes. Don't forget Taco Tuesday. Bye.